Good morning. This feels weird doing court on a Saturday. Feels really weird. I finished my ice cream gnome. Isn't he cute? Somebody dumped an ice cream cone on his head. I'm so tired. How does sitting in front of a computer make you so tired? I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here watching a trial. Well, there's no activity in court yet. It's just a seal on the wall. You guys ready for more shocking and gripping testimony? I do want to talk about, there's still only 2 people watching. But for replay crew, if you did, in case you missed it, the one thing that happened late in the day yesterday that woke me up because it had been a bunch of forensic type testimony, and they had the investigator for the DA's office got up there and started doing cell phone data type stuff, which to me, although very important to a case because it pinpoints locations and where they were at what time and all of that, very important to a case, but also very boring at the same time. So they were doing all of that, and the defense wanted, excuse me, the defense wanted all of the text messages to come in, like pages and pages and pages of text messages, and which was not necessary. And the prosecution did not feel it was necessary. And the defense wanted them all read in, including sexting messages. And the prosecution definitely did not want those. And finally, they said, the others are fine, but we don't want those in there. Which, why? There's no reason. Families in the courtroom, they don't need to hear about what she did with the guy that killed her. Whether it was consensual or not, they don't need to hear that stuff. No parent needs to hear that stuff. It's like, oh, I have a grandchild. I have no idea how that happened, but I have a grandchild. They don't need to know the blow by blow of what happened. Like, we know our kids do that. We don't need to hear explicitly what happened. So the prosecution gets up there and they read all of these text messages of how they met on Bumble, how they started dating, blah, 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 blah. They get to the end of the text messages. Let me back up a little bit. So the cell phone guy, he gets down off the stand. They bring in the lead detective again. So Detective Crawford is the one that they actually read the text messages with. Hang on a minute. Okay, every time my phone buzzes, I'm afraid it's Judy texting me to say, we can't hear you. So every time it vibrates, I have to stop and check it. Okay. So they got Detective Crawford back on the stand, and he read, well, him and the prosecution, they read the text messages. So then the very last question that she asked him was, does it seem like one of them was more into the other? Was she more into him than he was to her, or was he more into her than she was to him? And he said, no, it doesn't seem like it. He initiated the conversation just as much as she initiated the conversation. And he would text back immediately, and she would text back immediately. To me, that seems like good evidence that they didn't seem like one was more into the other. It didn't seem like he was just making an assumption. It seemed like he was going off the text messages. But nobody objected. The answer stood. It was fine. On cross, the defense attorney stood up and asked the detective, Detective Crawford, have you ever been a 22-year-old girl? I lost it. Oh my God. What kind of question is that? So we were talking about it, and I was like, why didn't he just object when that question was asked? He could have objected. Speculation. So we got to talking about it, and I think that we figured that was a strategic move, because I was bored out of my mind and barely paying attention until he asked that question. And then I was wide awake. So I think that was a strategic move. Rather than objecting, he asked a ridiculous question that impeached the previous question in a way that made it extremely memorable, that there is no way that the detective could tell from those text messages. However, I have been a 22-year-old girl. And it does not sound to me like she was more into him than he was to her. So I can say that it did not seem to me like it was an unequal relationship. But of course, that is still supposition. Is that the right word? Supposition? Yeah, right? I just had a brain fart. Anyway. And that happened late in the day yesterday. But I do understand her being upset if he still had the Tinder app on his phone and she was at his house and they were having a great time, and then she heard, I don't know what Tinder sounds like, but I guess they have a specific like sound whenever someone messages you or whatever. I don't know. And I guess she heard that sound and got upset, according to the defense opening. So 100%, like, I'd be mad too. I wouldn't go after him with a wine bottle, but yeah, I'd be mad. So if that's how the fight started, but he still shouldn't have killed her. I don't believe for a minute that he blacked out and came to 60 stabs later. Okay, they're bringing him in. Come on, StreamYard. Thank you. They cut the audio again. I don't know why. It was on just a second ago and then they cut it. This being a Saturday, I don't know if it's going to be better internet wise or worse. I gotta go get Belle. Hang on. Woof woof! Woof woof! Woof woof! Why are you in this door? You usually go to the front door. Spike's being lazy this morning. He's still in bed. And I'm not going to go wake him up. Let him sleep as long as possible. And it's Saturday, so Travis will be home at 1. I hope they quit early today because it's Saturday, but I get why the jury wants to get this over with. Oh, today's the 18th. I get my yarn. My yarn should be here today so I can start making baby Yodas. And I need your address, Judy.
Your Honor, real briefly, so that the court and the parties are aware, the unfortunate thing for the jury right now is that the state is about to rest our case. And I know that Mr. Weiss will be making a motion, so
Okay.
I think that they'll be here for a second and then they will go back.
That's fine, thanks for the heads up, I'll let them know.
You couldn't have rested last night. So now the jury has to come in to hear her rest her case and then go back out while the defense makes their
Whatever they're ready.
JOA motion, which isn't going to be granted.
That's okay, they'll be in the jury room after your motion, so we'll just resume when you're ready.
Which why make a JOA motion in this case? Because you said in your opening statement that he did it. So why are you going to ask for judgment of acquittal? Uh-oh, trouble just woke up. I imagine, I don't know, but I imagine they would have to tell them ahead of time it's going to be a sequestered jury, right? Because that would, I think that would be one of the things you would have to know, because if you had like, let's say you had like a very, very young child at home, like an infant, they need their mom at home. You know what I mean? So like if you had a situation like that, or you were a caregiver for a sick person or something like that, you would have to know, well, I can't be in a hotel room and be gone 24/7. I have this person I have to take care of or whatever. Or an animal. Like what if you live alone and you have dogs and nobody to come in and walk them or feed them or the longest sequestered jury, I think, in American history. And I think it cost millions of dollars too, was for the OJ trial. And that trial was 265 days long. So the jury was sequestered for 265 days. That's insane. Oh, and somebody else in the chat where we were talking about the OJ sequestered jury, how do they, if they're that long, I mean not 2 weeks, but 265 days, how do you pay your mortgage or your rent or whatever? Because that's months and you're out of work and you're getting paid $10 a day or whatever it is to be on a jury. That's not enough to keep paying your rent or your mortgage. How do they keep their housing? Yeah, that's insane. They probably found him not guilty just because they were mad for mad being sequestered that long. I'm joking, of course, but wow, unbelievable. Okay, turn the sound back on. Hey, baby. You gotta go potty. Daddy said you haven't been outside yet. Come on. Wanna go potty? Wanna go outside?
All right, please be seated. Good morning, jurors. Happy Saturday. I don't know when the last time you worked Saturday was, but we're certainly doing that today. As always, I must start with asking if everyone's able to abide by the court's admonition to not be exposed to any media, not discuss the case on yourselves, and all other admonitions as well. Just nod your head to let me know. Where we are today is the state is going to call. I'm going to ask the state if they're going to call any more witnesses. If they don't call any witnesses, there's some matters that we have to take up outside your presence. So you're brought in for this particular reason to make sure that you understand that if the state's going to call more witnesses, they will. If not, they'll rest or be sent back out. Usually what happens is if the defense wants to put on any proof, they may not. They don't have to. Again, burdens on the state prove everything beyond a reasonable doubt. However, if they do choose to put on proof, then it may take a little time to organize their witnesses, okay? We'll keep you posted. All right, John, any more witnesses to call?
Your Honor, the state of Tennessee rests its case.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence that you're going to hear in the state's case in chief at this point. As I said, there are some matters we do need to take up outside your presence. Once we find out how we're going to proceed, we'll bring you back in. All right, with that, you may step to the jury. Seated. Happening. Emotion on behalf of the jury. Yes, sir. Go into smaller technology then.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court. I have two motions this morning. First, pursuant to Rule 29 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure, the defense moves for the court to enter a judgment of acquittal on the charge of first-degree premeditated murder against Jason Chen. The state has failed to present sufficient evidence that Mr. Chen acted with the requisite mental state of premeditation as required under Tennessee law. Specifically, the state has provided no evidence of planning, motive, or calm reflection on Mr. Chen's part. Calm reflection is an essential element of the established premeditation. As such, the evidence at most supports a conviction of second-degree murder or a lesser included offense. Under Rule 29B, a motion for judgment of acquittal must be granted if the evidence, when viewed in the light most favorable to the state, fails to establish guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Premeditation requires that the act was committed after the exercise of reflection and judgment and involves more than a mere intent to kill. It must reflect a decision made with cruel purpose, free from excitement or passion. I would ask the court to see State v. Davidson. The state presented no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen engaged in planning or preparation before the alleged incident. Premeditation requires proof of at least deliberation or reflection before the act. However, there was no proof. There was no proof of communications, written plans, or evidence that Mr. Chen intended to harm Jasmine Pace prior to her death. There's no evidence suggesting that Mr. Chen procured weapons, took steps to isolate the victim, performed any indicative forethoughts. The autopsy reveals stab wounds inflicted during an altercation, but nothing in the injuries surrounding the circumstances proves premeditation. The state has offered the state has not offered a motive for why Mr. Chen would kill in this case. While motive is not required to prove premeditation, its absence weakens the state's claim of a deliberate and calculated act. The evidence shows that Mr. Chen in this case had a personal relationship, but does not provide any insight to any animosity, financial dispute, or other motive during the premeditated killing. Tennessee law requires evidence that the defendant acted after calm and cool reflection. Instead, the evidence suggests an emotional and unplanned confrontation. You could hear that through the testimony of Dr. Cogswell. Neighbors reported, as the court knows from previous hearings of this matter, neighbors reported hearing a female scream and loud disturbances. That suggests a spontaneous event rather than a calculated action. The chaotic.
Objection, back out of evidence, judge at trial.
Because she screamed.
The neighbor hearing the scream. I think.
What? Because she screamed, that means it wasn't premeditated? In what universe?
I think the state kind of tailored their case to not bring that in for this proof and I'm asserted as far as why this case went into Mr. Chen's apartment.
I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
Just that one part. Back to Dr. Cogswell, though, the chaotic nature of the injuries and the disarray of the scene further support the theory of confrontation escalating the violence rather than execution or some type of premeditated planning. The state's evidence is equally, if not more, consistent with second-degree murder, which does not require premeditation. The chaotic scene in the absence of planning indicate an impulsive act. This court must resolve reasonable doubts in favor of the defendant and cannot allow the jury to infer premeditation without specific supporting evidence. The evidence presented by the state does not meet this threshold required to establish premeditation. The court should grant judgment of acquittal on the charges of first-degree murder, and if appropriate, allow the jury to consider lesser included offenses, such as second-degree murder and voluntary manslaughter.
I'm going to make a motion on the other one.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, I'd like to wait.
State one, Kurt.
Your Honor, in a motion for judgment of acquittal, the state is entitled to the strongest legitimate view of the evidence. The court has heard testimony from Dr. Cogswell. 60 wounds inflicted is indicative of premeditation. Your Honor, there's also uncontroverted testimony that she was not moving, was in a single position, and the fetal position, which would either be crouched down, as if cowering, or on the floor. As clearly confinement of the victim prior to the beginning of the assaultive behavior that resulted in her death. Motion 29 motion should be denied.
Mr. Weiss, as you know, these motions are not beyond a reasonable doubt as far as guilt or innocence. They are simply reviewed in the light most favorable to the state, where any rational trier of fact could find the essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So in this particular case, for the first-degree murder, it's uncontroverted. The defendant killed the victim as the first element. Second, for premeditated murder, that the defendant acted intentionally. Again, looking at it in terms of the threshold, whether or not any rational trier of fact to find the essential elements. In this particular case, viewing in the light most favorable to the state, the fact that there were multiple stab wounds and that a deadly weapon was used is indicative of intent. Brings us to premeditation. The fact that there were so many wounds on the victim is a fact that can be used to establish premeditation. The defendant's attempts to cover up the scene, to clean up afterwards, his purchasing of cleaning agents, his attempts to clean up the apartment, his use of the victim's cell phone to create the appearance that she was still alive and had simply left town perhaps. The fact that he used his own cell phone to send a text to the victim's phone, indicating that he had no idea where she was, or perhaps that indicating that he thought that she too was still alive. All of that is evidence of the case law that can be used to support the finding of premeditation. Again, in this relatively low standard that we're looking at in the light of most favorable to the state, I do find that taken in that light, that this jury could find the elements beyond a reasonable doubt of premeditation as well as intention for the second element of first-degree murder. So let the defendant's motion for judgment acquittal on premeditated murder be denied.
Your Honor, my second motion involves a renewal of our motion to admit Dr. Douglas Lewis to allow him to testify for the defense.
No.
It became apparent through Dr. Cogswell that he said that the better person to testify regarding those the state of the mind of Jason Chen would be a forensic psychologist. That was told to the jury that that's the kind of person that would be available to help in those types of situations. Additionally, into that, Dr. Cogswell gave a lot of opinions. His opinions were just like Dr. Lewis's opinion. He said to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, this was possible. We talked about possibilities a lot in his opinion. And so most of his opinions, some of them were certain, no doubt, but some of them were, well, we can't tell, anything could be possible. It could be this, it could be that. And so to allow the state's witness to come in and not the defense witness to come in, especially when the state's witness says the defense should have had this, I mean, for all intent and purposes, says that's not my job. That would be a forensic psychologist's job. That puts the defense at a
Yeah, he kept saying that stupid phrase, if it's not outside the realm of physics, it's possible. I don't know exactly word for word, but it was something like that. He should have never said that.
distinct disadvantage. And so I renew our motion to allow the testimony of Dr. Lewis. It is essential to the defense's case. And it's the denial of allowing Dr. Lewis is a prejudice that can't be undone.
I find that the reasons that existed earlier still exist, in that one of the reasons was the expert Dr. Lewis's opinion that it was highly likely that the defendant could not form premeditation. I do think that when you're talking about whether or not a diminished capacity defense comes in, I say diminished capacity, I'm not supposed to use that term, whether or not the evidence of the defendant's inability to form premeditation, I think that there's a standard for that the expert has to establish that in his opinion. The leeway that you're talking about, Mr. Weiss, I interpret as beyond a reasonable degree of medical certainty or beyond a reasonable degree of psychological certainty. There's some flexibility in that particular aspect of it. That's where it exists. As far as the opinion that for this specific defense is concerned, I think your expert having flexibility on that side of the opinion too puts in the realm of speculation. And that's one of the reasons it was excluded. The other is that the defense indicated that the reason Dr. Lewis was sought out came after the state wanted to and was allowed to introduce these demonstrative exhibits. And so while there was no 12.2 violation of a deadline of asking for Dr. Lewis's testimony to be admitted after the jury had been sworn, the way it unfolded in this particular case is that the Friday afternoon notice would have put the state at perhaps an unfair disadvantage. And so the workaround that this court crafted was, since that was the basis of the reason to seek out or at least secure Dr. Lewis's testimony for that issue came from the demonstrative exhibit, the exclusion of the reason that you want the expert seemed to be fair to both sides. So that's the other reason that the expert was excluded, is that his testimony didn't seem to be as relevant as, based on what the defense said, that based on what the defense asserted that they needed the expert for. So let your motion, the relieved motion to admit Dr. Lewis's testimony also be denied. No motion on the use of full face. Okay, let us know when you're ready to proceed, Mr. Weiss. Keep the jury in the jury room until you're ready.
I'm told witnesses will be
What is, okay.
And now we wait for the jury. I did not like that expert. I don't know what it was about him. He just seemed shady. Hey, baby. Are you going to squeak for Aunt Judy? Huh? Huh? No? What? 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 Ew. What? What did you get into out there? You need to wash your face. Come here. Good boy. Good boy. There's no way I could get your sister to sit still long enough for me to wipe her face like that. You're a good boy. You're a good boy. Yes, you are. I wish you weren't such a chunky monkey. I could pick you up and show you to everybody. I'm probably going to have to go tuck him in a little bit. He's so cute. I always tell him God made him cute so I wouldn't unalive him because he's aggravating. He's got a birthday coming up in March. Don't you, dude? I don't know what day, though. I can't remember. Possibly wrote it down somewhere, but if I did, I don't remember where I wrote it. Oh, are you going to sit at my feet and be a good boy? Yay. No more squeaks. I guess he's just going to deal with it. He's finally figured it out after 6 days. And then we'll be done. When did they say they're going to be done? Wednesday? And then we'll take a break and then we'll start another trial and it'll start all over again. Shadow was running around here somewhere a minute ago. Coffee is cold. Where is this jury room in relation to the courtroom? It's taking an awfully long time to go get them. Or maybe it just seems that way. Because I'm trying to fill in the dead space with words and I've run out of things to say. Oh, he just left. I guess if I need to tuck him in, he'll come back and whine at me. We have stairs going up to the bed. He just refuses to use them by himself. He's perfectly capable of doing it. He just won't. He can get down fine. It's the going up part. And he's got a handle on his halter. We just barely touch that handle. And we say 1, 2, 3, and he goes. He won't do it unless we're touching the handle. So technically, is it still JOA? Because he's saying that the prosecution didn't prove premeditation. So he's not technically asking for an acquittal. Is it still considered a JOA motion? It's similar. Tomorrow, we're taking family pictures, but we're going to Manatee Springs, and we're doing them out there. My stepdaughter has a friend. I'm hoping that she's a real photographer. My stepdaughter she's a leader, and she puts all these things together for people to go and do as a group, whether we want to or not. So she did ask if we wanted to do family pictures, which I said yes. I didn't realize it was going to be not in like a regular studio. So I hope they turn out well. But I went and bought a new dress because I have nothing that fits me. Actually, today I am wearing 2/3 of what I have on are my husband's clothes. I can wear his clothes now. Because everything I have is too big for me. So I went out and I bought a new dress. I made him buy this really cool. It's a flannel shirt, but it has a hood on it, like a hoodie. It's black and white flannel. It's so cool. And so I have a new dress. It's my dress, though. It's not a winter dress, and it's going to be cold. Hopefully, it won't be too cold tomorrow. We're going to be outside. We're going to Manatee Springs. Let's see if I can find a picture. They've got trails that go way back. See, there's the springs. That's some cold water, too. I love it. Gator. See how pretty the water is? Crystal clear water. Manatee! If you see a manatee, you have to get out of the water because of the Marine Mammal Act or whatever it's called. They have lots of trails like this that go way back over the water that you can walk all over and see everything. And that boardwalk takes you from the springs out to the Swanee River. And it has like little places like that is like an observation place with benches and stuff so that goes out over the river. And then it keeps going down all the way to a boat ramp way out here. So that's what I will be doing tomorrow. I definitely will not be wearing heels. I'm trying to figure out what shoes I'm going to wear. I'm sorry I'm not very entertaining today, y'all. I'm exhausted. I could go in there and go back to bed right now. No problem. the state rested and the defense argued the JOA motion, but they didn't argue for acquittal. They argued that the prosecution had not made their case of premeditation. And one of the reasons that they cited that they didn't make their case for premeditation was because she screamed. She screamed, so it wasn't premeditated. The things this defense attorney comes up with. Like, right before they ended yesterday, instead of objecting to the lead detective when they were reading text messages, the state asked him if it seemed like she was more into him than he was into her. And the detective said no, that he initiated the conversation just as much as she did. Instead of the defense attorney objecting that it was supposition, he didn't object. And when he got up there and started questioning the detective, he said, "Detective Crawford, have you ever been a 22-year-old girl?" I was like, what? But I think that was a strategic move on his part. Rather than objecting, he made it like that stuck in my head. That's going to be stuck in my head now. Whereas if he had just objected, maybe I wouldn't remember it. So I think he did that as strategic. But yeah, he some of the things that come out of that man's mouth, I don't know. I just wonder about. So if someone plans to murder you and they stab you, are you not supposed to scream because they planned it? Like, I don't understand his line of thinking on that one. And he also said there was no how did he word it? No trace of him making any plans with anyone else. Well, no, there's not, because he did it all by himself. He didn't premeditate it with somebody else. So there's nothing in writing that he's planning this, because he's not planning it with somebody else. He just planned it himself. I still say they need to investigate all that women's jewelry that he had in that box in his room. I don't think this is his first rodeo. He may not have unalived anyone before, but I think he's using Tinder to get things, money, jewelry, whatever. And that news clip that I played late in the day yesterday about his former roommate, that guy, well, he was freaked out. He was like, I started sleeping with one eye open. Because he took his phone and was posting stuff online from that guy's phone that was getting him in trouble. Like racist stuff. Making it look like he was posting stuff that he wasn't posting. So this guy is a sick individual. Like, even before this happened, he was shady. And the defense also made a motion. The day the trial started, it started with a hearing because there's this expert that the defense wants in. And the court said no. And I just asked again. And the judge said no. But he's a psychologist. I forgot why. He seems shady to me. He ended up getting part of his degree online because the college he was going to closed down or something. And he kept saying, like, she would ask him a question because she got to voir dire him because she hadn't even heard of this witness. The defense sprung him like on the day trial was supposed to start. And he kept saying, like, she'd ask a question and he'd go, well, what happened was. And I was like, anytime someone starts to answer a question with, well, what happened was, it usually means that they're not telling the truth. So, and then the fact that he finished, I guess because the school closed down, he was allowed to finish at an online school. But he kind of spun that story to make it seem like he didn't go to an online school. He was like dancing around that answer. It was bizarre. I took notes. Let me see if I can figure out what it was that they wanted him to testify to, because that was 6 days ago. I don't remember that far back. Oh, diminished capacity. He was going to testify that he did not have the mental capacity to premeditate the crime. He says that there is proactive / predatory aggression. And that there's also effective / reactive aggression. One is obviously from the predatory aggression, that would be premeditated, and reactive aggression, that would be reacting to something. So he's saying that this is reactive aggression because she was angry with him. So he reacted to what she was doing. So it's not premeditated. So that's what they wanted him to testify to. And all he did was look at the discovery. He didn't interview. I think he did interview Jason, but he didn't interview people that knew him, family and friends, stuff like that. And it says that something about voluntary intoxication, which in Florida, that's not a defense. I don't know about Tennessee, but he self-reported that he was under the influence of substances. But they didn't find any MJ in the apartment. They didn't smell any in the apartment. Did they do a talk screen on him? I don't remember. It would have been, well, I was going to say it would have been at least a week later, but THC stays in your body up to 28 days, I think. All they found in the apartment was a bong. And some people, believe it or not, some people collect them just because some of them is, I mean, it's like glass blown art. Some people collect them because they make really pretty ones sometimes. I'm not saying that he did. I'm just saying the presence of a bong doesn't mean anything. But he said he was smoking wax. And if it's synthetic, some of the concentrated synthetic kinds have been known to cause psychosis in some people. But that's not what he's claiming happened. He's claiming that he blacked out and woke up 60 stab wounds later. Why is it taking so long to get the jury back in? That's weird. Both of my screens just went black for a second and then came right back on. I'm anxious to see what kind of case the defense is going to put on. I know that Jason Chen is not going to testify. That I wonder if that is why they're not claiming self-defense. Excuse me. Because don't you have to testify if you're claiming self-defense? I mean, I know you have the right to remain silent, but I thought if you claim self-defense, you had to testify. I don't know. I'd ask Alita, but she doesn't answer in a timely manner. She's busy. I guess you legally wouldn't have to, but it would be a good idea if you're claiming self-defense. But I don't think it looks good. 60 stab wounds are not self-defense. When I did the recap yesterday morning, I forgot to talk about, I think I forgot, the cars. So I need a bigger desk, y'all. Travis was right. I'm gonna need all the room I can get on this desk. Now that I have 2 monitors, I'm not complaining. I love my new monitor, but now I need a bigger desk. He took his car to get the cleaning supplies. Is that when? Okay, Judy, help me here. Is that when he dumped the body? Did he like get cleaning supplies, dump the body, and then go back to his apartment? Or did he take the body in her car, dump it, and then abandon her car? I'm a little fuzzy on that part because that's about where Law and Crime's feed died that one day. So anyway, he took his car to go buy cleaning supplies. And he went back to his apartment. Then he took her car, abandoned it at the condominiums, single view condominiums. And then he took an Uber back to his apartment. So either he took her body and dumped it after he bought cleaning supplies or before, either one, or when he abandoned her car is when he took her body and dumped it. I don't know. I'm fuzzy on which time he dumped, which car he used to dump the body. But either way, when he dumped her car, he got an Uber to take him back to his apartment. Or a Lyft, whatever. Same thing in my mind, but because the first part of the trial I kept saying, but how did he get back to his apartment? How close was it? Did he walk? Did he have a buddy come pick him up? How did he get back? And then we found out it was a Lyft driver. Because I was like, we've got to find out, because people get stuck on like one thing like that, and it will take them longer and longer to deliberate if they get stuck on one hole like that. Like with the Melody Ferris trial, everybody got stuck on, well, how did she move his body? Because she's tiny and he's huge. And so people got stuck on that one thing, and we didn't think they were ever going to come to a decision because of that one thing. And then I finally got my answer. I was like, yay, okay, you took a lift. We got it now. She was tiny. He's not a big guy, but I'm sure he's stronger than she is. What is going on? This is worrying me a little bit. Did one of the jurors get sick or something? Like, what is happening? I was just gonna check and make sure that it wasn't accidentally paused or something, and then I saw the shadow of somebody walking across. Because for some reason, okay, we're good. It's done it several times. Well, I think that I'm caught up to the live, and then I go to check, and it's still playing, sound's still on, everything just like it's supposed to be, but it's not caught up to the live, and I don't know why. I didn't do anything. Just like yesterday, Judy made a comment. I don't remember what it was now. It, I, I put it on the screen and I took it off the screen, and it kept putting it back on the screen. I'd take it off and put it back. I'd take it off and put it back. I started laughing. I said, I'm not doing that. And she said, oh no, I glitched StreamYard. It doesn't take much to glitch my StreamYard. StreamYard hates me. And coffee's all gone. don't understand why people post the things they do on Twitter or X, whatever. Any day now. Come on, bring the jury back. Jeez. It's about time. Just very still, Judy.
Didn't know you had a cruel sense of humor like that.
That's what I was.
Come on. Let's go. I've run out of things to talk about. Yeah, it annoys me too.
Please be seated. Mr. Wise, will the defense be offering any proof?
Yes, sir.
All right, call your first witness.
That's called Corey Alina Brewer. Good morning. Ms. Alina Brewer, can you please move forward to the microphone? There we go. Good one. Can you please state your name for the record?
Courtney Petaluma,
And can you spell your first name?
Courtney.
Matt, are you Courtney?
Yeah.
Courtney, where are you from?
Shenandoah,
How long have you lived here?
forever.
Going back to November of 2022, where did you live then?
110 Tremont Street.
And is that located on the North Shore of Chattanooga?
It is, yes.
How long had you lived there?
2 years at that point.
You said your apartment number is, or the address is 110.
And my apartment number is also 110,
What would have been the apartment number above you?
210.
I'll kind of get straight to the point. On the night of November the 22nd, in the early hours of November the 23rd, was there an incident that you can recall?
Yes, I was woken up in the middle of the night by a loud scream.
Can you kind of take us, and you can go slowly through the events that woke you up and then everything that you heard from that point until you didn't hear?
There was a scream that startled me out of my sleep. I checked my phone to see the time because I was going to call 911. It was around 2 a.m. There was a voice that was screaming words. The words I couldn't understand fully.
Was it a male voice or female?
A female voice. And then there sounded, assuming that the apartment above mine is laid out the same as mine, there sounded like chasing, a lot of footsteps going across towards the front door.
One person's footsteps or two
It
footsteps?
sounded like multiple.
You said towards the front door. Was it towards the front door or towards the bedroom?
Towards the front door because I was in the bedroom and I heard it.
You had said that you heard a scream. Can you describe the scream?
Distressed, not quite angry, emphatic.
What, and you said you could hear arguing. Did that sound like an argument or a fight?
I thought that maybe I had heard the tail end of the fight. I only ever heard one voice.
And that was the female voice?
Correct.
I'm busy, dude.
After hearing the scream and the argument and the footsteps, what did you do?
I lay there awake for a minute because I couldn't go back to sleep. My husband had woken up, but he thought the noise came from outside, and he went back to sleep rather easily. I could hear in the bedroom, I could hear the sounds of a TV. And then when I moved from the bedroom to my living room, there were sounds of someone walking across the apartment, and the sound of the washer and the garbage disposal.
You said you could hear the arguing.
I only heard her voice, so I just assumed it was an argument.
You couldn't make out what was being said.
No,
Did you hear any crying?
the voice that came after the screaming, that was, it kind of sounded like when you're already upset, but you're trying to prove a point, and you're crying at the same time. So it was just very kind of garbled. I would say that there was crying behind it though.
Did you call 911?
I did not,
Why not?
because by the time I settled down from being abruptly woken up and thought that I heard footsteps go across and a door slam, I thought that it had just been a normal apartment argument and everything kind of calmed down.
Did you ever contact authorities?
I did.
When did you contact authorities?
I want to say the 27th or the 28th,
And why did you contact authorities?
because I had seen the missing persons poster for Jasmine on Facebook, and connected the dots of her last known location being the floor above mine. And so I submitted a tip to Crime Stoppers saying what I heard, and I just thought it was the right thing to do.
And is what you told Crime Stoppers then the same thing as you testified so far this morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you interviewed by any member of the Chattanooga Police Department?
I was spoken to by, I think he might have been a lead detective.
Was it this gentleman right here?
Honestly, don't remember.
That's okay. Were you interviewed by any other persons?
I was interviewed by a private investigator for the family,
What do you mean by the family?
for Jasmine Pace's family. And I think he was a different private investigator working with you. I don't remember anyone's name.
That's fine, but it sounds like you spoke to 3 people about that.
I did, yes.
Did you tell the same consistent, or what you testified to this morning? Is that what you told all those people?
Yes, sir.
And Courtney, you would say that the sounds that you've heard that night and that early morning,
Your Honor, objection.
Get your whole question out.
would you say that those were unusual noises compared to other noises that you heard from that morning?
Withdrawn, very significant that objection.
I was always going to phrase it.
Okay, answer your question.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, let me
Okay.
ask it again. Would you say the sounds you heard were unusual compared to the other noises from that apartment above?
Yes.
Do you know who built your apartment?
Wise property.
Are the walls pretty thin?
They are.
Are the floors pretty thin?
They are.
Do you hear most things that are going on?
I can.
Just one moment here. Thank you.
Hi, Courtney. Hi. You just testified that you were contacted also by an investigator that you believed worked with Mr. Weiss, is that correct? Yes. Do you recall the time period that was? No, I want to say, between when I submitted the Crime Stoppers tip and the police showed up, I want to say those 2 weeks after that were kind of a blur together, so I don't have an exact date or time. Do you believe that that was before Mr. Chen had been arrested? I am not sure. Okay. Was it around the time of the scream? I mean, in the weeks around November 23rd, 2022? It would have been after that. How far after that? At least a week, because I didn't get contacted until after I submitted the Crime Stoppers tip. Okay. Thank you. And you testified about hearing a loud scream from a female, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Who sounded distressed? Yes. And you weren't asked about any documentation that you made of that scream? Not that I recall. Did you document on your phone device in some way what time you had heard that scream? No, I didn't. Do you know what time you heard that scream? Only because I looked at my phone and it was 2:11. Okay, so you do know what time you heard that scream? I do. 2:11. You'd agree that 2:11 is 7 minutes away from 2:18, is that correct? Yes. And you said that you heard running, you used the word chasing, from what came from the bedroom towards the front door. Yes. When you walk into your apartment, are you in the living room? Yes, you're immediately in the living room. And then you would come through the kitchen, is that correct? Correct. And then you have to go through the bathroom. Yes. To get to the bedroom. Correct. Approximately how long after you heard the scream did you hear the garbage disposal? Probably about an hour. Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the washing machine? The washing machine and the garbage disposal were around the same time. They were running in tandem. Thank you. Approximately how long after the scream did you hear the TV come on? That was sooner, maybe 20 minutes.
20 minutes after the scream, a TV came on in the apartment above yours.
Yes.
You testified about a door slamming. Would you describe it as a door from inside the apartment right above you, or the door coming into the front door?
I would say the front door. The front door slams a little bit louder, and most all of the doors, if they're made the same in my apartment, are sliding.
Okay.
One moment, Judge.
All the doors are pocket
Nothing
doors?
further.
That's a weird apartment layout.
I just want to make sure I understand the layout of your apartments.
Sure.
When you, let's start with the front door.
Mhm.
Are these heavy-duty doors?
I wouldn't say heavy duty. They're pretty standard.
John West apartment?
They're loud.
Okay.
Yeah.
When you open the door, does it automatically close behind you?
Yes.
And then, once you enter into the door, you're in the living room area.
Correct.
And you know the size of the apartment, how many square feet?
Small.
Would 500 or 600 square feet sound right?
Honestly, I don't know.
But it's how many steps would it take you to get from the front door to the back door, or back wall of the bedroom?
15, 20 maybe.
How long would it
A few minutes.
take? You're
Not a
thinking-
few minutes, sorry. Yeah, maybe like a minute.
Okay.
Yeah.
Once you get past the bedroom, or sorry, the living room, that's the kitchen area.
Correct.
And the washing machine and dryer are kind of connected right there into the kitchen area.
Yes.
And then once you go through the kitchen area,
Objection, leading judge, let it go on for a while.
Sustain was what?
after the kitchen area, what's next?
The bathroom.
There's a door. Is there a door between the kitchen and the bathroom?
There is.
Is it a door that you open or you shut? I'm sorry, let me rephrase that. Is it a door that you open or you slide?
It's the door that you open.
Is there a door between the bedroom and the bathroom?
There is.
What kind of door is that?
That one is a sliding one.
Is it called a pocket door?
I believe so, yes.
Does that make it, is that an easy door to use in your apartment?
Sometimes. If you push it in too much, it's kind of hard to get back out.
And when you are able to close it, what type of noises?
Like a,
Does it make a loud noise?
it's a very distinct noise, but I'm not sure how to describe it. It's like a shh.
And can you hear that? Can you hear the apartment above you when he slides that door?
I can.
The night of November the 22nd, did you hear that door slide?
Not that I recall.
There goes your theory that you said an opening.
Recross. Does the jury have any questions for Mr. Brewer?
You said an opening. He tried to close that door 'cause she was coming at him. And now his witness just said that she never heard that door.
Ms. Brewer, the jury has a couple of questions, so I'm going to ask them if you could face the jury when answering, please.
Okay.
How did you know it was Jasmine Pace in apartment 210 prior to seeing the missing persons poster on Facebook?
I did not.
Can you explain how you connected the dots then? I think that's the question.
Okay. The missing persons poster had her last known location as the
second floor of the apartment complex that I live in. And the time frame that she had last been seen matched up with the date that I heard it. So I just connected the dots in a way that I thought they might be connected.
You might have answered this already, but you may be a little more specific. Do you recall what time you heard the door from the upstairs apartment slam?
I don't recall the exact time. It would have been a few minutes after I woke up, so maybe around 2:20, 2:25.
Can you redirect based on your questions? So you must question.
Yes, one more thing, Hunter. Is your apartment near, are there stairs in the apartment building?
There are,
And that's how one might get up from the first floor to the second floor?
Mhm.
Is there a door entering to the stairs of the building?
there is,
And is there one on the lower level and the upper level?
yes.
Does that door have a distinctive sound?
The one on my floor does, yes. It's more metallic.
And can you hear the door that leads to the stairs upstairs?
I'm not sure if it's that door or the door down here, or sorry, on my floor.
You said you heard a door close. Could it have been the door leading to the stairs upstairs?
I think that's a different sound.
Recross.
No, Your Honor.
Additional question for Drew based on that? One more. Was it just one screen or multiple? How long was the screen?
The one screen was what woke me up. There wasn't an additional screen. It was more of the talking emotionally very loudly. The scream itself that I heard only lasted a few seconds. And then the voice where I couldn't actually hear the words was sounding, and then the footsteps across. So the whole thing probably about 4 or 5 minutes before it was silent again.
Can you redirect based on that answer? Can you recross based on that answer? All right, thank you, ma'am. You may sit down.
I would ask that Ms. Availability excuse. Defense calls Travis Pace.
Ooh. What?
Travis Pace.
Wait, what? Why are you testifying for the defense? That's your dad.
Travis Pace.
You solemnly swear from testimony like to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Please state your full name for the record.
Travis Wayne Pace.
Are you the father of Jasmine Pace?
I am.
Are you married or divorced from Katrina Pace?
I'm divorced.
How long have you known Katrina Pace?
25 years.
I want to talk about the time from November 26, 27. Okay. What did you do when you realized your daughter was missing?
The night started, it was like a Saturday night. We were doing a Friendsgiving downtown. I was with my girlfriend at the time,
What was your name?
Jacqueline. And my daughter Gabby called me and said, Dad, Jasmine's missing. I think it's really serious. We need your help. I said, where are you at? It was a location that she didn't know the address. And I was like, just send me like your map and I'll just get to you. And it took us to a building near Tremont, but it was on the other side. It was an apartment complex beside it, just one building over. And met them face to face right there. She goes, her car was last parked near right here.
Where's right here?
I don't know the name of the side street. It's like a little loop that it makes from Tremont, and it loops around. And it's like a one-way. You had to loop around to the other side. I don't know the name of the street. But I was like, if she's in this building, let's get in this building.
So you're talking about, let me just make sure. Have you been, throughout this trial, have you been in this room?
I have.
You've heard all the testimony?
I have.
And so when I say 110 Tremont Street, do you understand that to be the apartment building that Jason Chen lives in?
I do.
What did you do when you got to 110 Tremont Street?
Tried to get in the immediate front door, which was locked with a keypad. And walked around to the back of the building, one of the other exits. We got into the back door,
How'd you get into the back door?
just opened it.
It was unlocked.
Please don't.
You didn't have to do anything to the door to get it open. What did you do after you made your way inside the building?
Walked to the front door and opened it for everybody else.
And who's everybody else?
Katrina, my daughter, Gabrielle, Jack.
Then what did you proceed to do?
Stayed on the first floor to where we could see any exits and the staircase and the elevator, and began knocking as loud and obnoxiously as we could to disturb everybody in the whole building.
What were you knocking on people's doors?
Every door in sequence order.
What did you do after you were knocking on people's doors?
Nobody answered them. That's what I said. We said we got to try the second floor next, but we didn't want to leave the first floor, just in case. So we were talking about how to split up in a way that was safe. 3 women, and then one of her friends, Wayne, also showed up.
How long until he showed up?
I couldn't tell you minutes or hours that night.
And did you personally know Wayne Tubbs?
I hadn't met him yet.
Is he still alive?
I don't think he is.
So you went up to the second floor?
We did.
Who all went up to the second floor?
All of us.
Prior to this, had you had any interaction with the Chattanooga Police Department or law enforcement?
I had not.
Why didn't you call the police before going into the apartment, into the apartment building?
I did.
You did call.
I did. I tried to call police department. I tried to call TBI. I tried to call FBI. It was a holiday. It was Saturday night. You only get after hours, leave a message. No switchboard, no immediate person that would pick up the phone or answer.
Can you tell, what were you feeling at the time?
I don't think it was a feeling for me. It was, she's missing. We'll find her. And if she's missing and in danger, it has to be fast. I was feeling rushed.
You hear the
That's what I was
anger
feeling.
in his voice.
Fast.
So you and all the other members, the four of you, right? You make it up to the second. Did you enter into an apartment?
We did.
How do you know what apartment to enter into?
A few things. One of them was while we were in the staircase, there was a third floor tenant. And we met in the staircase. And obviously it's awkward at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. We said, not trying to startle you softly, is there any chance you know of Jasmine Pace or Jason Chen, her boyfriend? He said, yes. We said, can you help us? He explained that he had a sister that went through something similar. He welcomed him up to the 3rd floor to open up all the laptops that we could, to do anything that we could do to move any direction forward. After that, he talked about a dumpster in the back, and he talked about a sewer manhole in the back. And he said, hypothetically, I was to discard something, maybe I would, they stayed in the 3rd floor. We left, went outside to see if there's anything of significance around the trash or anywhere. And we came back up and met him again. And he said, I'm sure he does not live on the 3rd floor, but I see him in a stairwell sometimes. He probably will not be on a stairwell because he lives on the 1st floor. He probably lives on the 2nd floor, not the 1st. He definitely does not live on the 3rd. Simultaneously saw the angle of where that dot was, and it was in the southwest corner of the building itself. There's an elevator and 1 bedroom next to the elevator, or 1 apartment room. I said, maybe we're close within a door or 2 on the 2nd floor. We knocked on the first 2 doors right beside each other. The one on the left answered and said it was so substantial we documented something around 2:15, something of noise. We heard something around 2:15. It was so substantial I documented it on my phone. We said, did it come from that wall or that wall? And they said that wall. And there's only 1 room before the stairwell. And I said, there's a reasonable chance this could be the exact room. It's not the 3rd, it's not the 1st, it's not that one. There's a stairwell. This might be it.
Was that apartment 210?
It was an apartment 210.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Sorry.
Did you or anyone else make entry into apartment 210?
Yes.
Who made entry into apartment 210?
Me and Wayne made entry.
How'd you do it?
I lifted the handle.
Lifted the handle.
Correct.
Did you use a credit card? Could you use the credit card to open that door?
I could not.
Why not?
The way that door jammed and the way that the door lock is, nobody could use a credit card.
Why? How do you do that?
Wait,
In order to use a credit card, you You have to be able to slide it and push a mechanism. Because of the jam sticking out past the actual slide, you can't get a credit card in there.
Is he lying?
Who went into the apartment?
I did, and Wayne was behind me.
Can you take me through what you did from once you opened the door?
First of all, I said, I have no idea what's behind this door. Don't know it's the right door. I don't know what would be seen if it was the right door. I am the only one with a pistol drawn.
So you were armed that night.
I was.
What were you armed with?
Pistol.
Okay.
Heckler cop.
Are you proficient in firearms?
I'm an expert.
Go ahead.
I pulled it with a flashlight to make sure that it was secure. I said to everybody else, don't come in, don't follow me. It's not secure until I know what's behind here. And it could not, it might not even have been the right place. And I would have confronted a random tenant and surprised them by breaking into a random tenant's. There was just so much.
What did you do when you went into the apartment? Please describe your activity.
There's a way to attempt to clear a room, an apartment, and where probable places where somebody could be hiding or surprise you. And you safely, sequentially go left to right, back to front in order. And don't let anything be behind you, basically. So, slow, methodical. So every door, every cabinet in sequence, that's finished, move forward. That's finished, move forward until you get to the bedroom.
What did you do in the bedroom?
Looked, there were no persons in the bedroom. So now I turned around with a different goal of not looking for a person, but to look for evidence of Jasmine.
What did you do to look for evidence of Jasmine?
The doors were, the cabinets were open, things were on the surface, and it appeared there were female products in the bathroom. And walking forward and opening the drawer, there was a computer desk in the top left of the apartment if you're facing to the hallway.
So if you enter in through the door, is it to the
It's
right?
to the right immediately. There's a computer desk. Open the drawer. Jasmine's driver's license was right there on the top, stacked up in a pile. Slid it, her credit cards, her bank cards, a stack of all of Jasmine's cards and identifications are right there.
What did you do?
I took them out of the drawer and I spread them apart widely, distinctly, from left to right.
Why did you
The way that the police have rules, without a search warrant, they could not open a drawer and look for those themselves. And me telling them that they were there, it was hearsay. But if I laid it across the countertop and they flashed their light on it and recorded it, they can show that to missing persons. There's something moving it forward.
You needed to do something.
He knows stuff. He's 100% correct.
Yes.
What did you do after you laid out the cards?
Called 911. Actually, as soon as I opened the drawer and I saw the cards, I called 911 and told them to call 911. This is absolutely the apartment that Jasmine was in.
Would you recognize your voice on the 911 call?
Possibly.
object to this point without proper foundation?
Sure, the foundation has to be built.
We'll send the jury out and listen to it, I guess. Let's see that.
Oh my God.
Jury can step out. Call you back in.
That poor jury.
Some water, Mr. Pace? Mr. Pace, would you like some water? Yes, please.
Did not happen. County 911, what's the issue of your emergency? There has been a kidnapping.
Mr. Pace, is that you?
I believe so. So,
And possibly exploited sex trafficking with my daughter. We are at 110 Tremont. It's called the Loft at Tremont.
What's the apartment number?
And it's in room 210 on the second floor.
Okay. What's going on?
So we knew that our daughter had been gone since Wednesday. We've been following posts. We filed a police report on missing persons.
And do you continue to recognize your voice?
I believe that's me.
Was this the night, or was this the early morning of November the 27th when you called 2022?
Yes, it is.
is it the foundation you're objecting to, Jimmy?
No, Your Honor, it's also hearsay.
It's expressed, it's no suppression. And there's no such thing on, I'm sorry, I misspoke. It goes to the state of mind.
Okay, so what's the relevance of the state of mind that he already testified that he felt rushed? Can you tell me the relevance of the state of mind of the particular 911 call that hasn't been testified to?
If I kept playing, it'll confirm his testimony.
So it confirms testimony?
Michael, hey dude.
That's a hang on, that's a prior consistent statement, and that's not admissible unless his credibility is impeached, and then at that point, the other party can play his prior consistent statement. But if there's nothing inconsistent about it, okay, all right, so a motion or request to play 911 is overruled. Hang on about this before we bring the jury back in.
No, Your Honor.
Bring the jury back in.
The request today is overruled. Does that mean they don't get to hear it? I'm confused as to the wording of that. The request to play is overruled, so they don't get to hear it. I think.
They're ready, Your Honor.
Thank God. somebody wasn't ready last time and we waited an extra, I don't know how many minutes.
Did you call 911?
Yes.
And as a result of calling 911, what happened?
They were going to send officers to the scene.
Did officers come?
They did.
What did they do when they were there?
Two of them walked through the apartment initially. A third one showed up, and at some point, they broke us to get individual statements, and I believe also talked to the neighbor right beside Jason's apartment. So,
Did any of those officers go inside the apartment?
I believe so.
Did they see the ID card and credit cards that you laid out?
I'm not aware of what they saw.
Did they do anything to help you that night? Police officers.
Yeah,
What did they do?
they helped me keep looking for it. Us, or fairly, us.
They encouraged you to keep looking.
No, they was going to take a report and submit a report to missing persons. I said, you get them on the scene. They're on standby, they're not reporting to the scene. Call your detective or your sergeant and put pressure on their sergeant to make their sergeant force homicide.
Forced homicide.
To come, to show up. He said, the best I can do would be to tell my sergeant that I think it's important to put pressure on their sergeant and see what happens. It's the best I can do for you.
Did they tell you not to go back into the apartment?
I don't remember.
Did you ever go back into the apartment?
Yes,
When did you go back into the apartment?
immediately, right when they drove off.
What did you do in there?
Continue to look for.
No, this is her dad. Her mom and stepdad found the car. And then this is when they entered the apartment. His daughter, the deceased sister, called him and said, Dad, Jasmine's missing. So this is her biological father. It was her mom and stepdad that found the car. So this happened, what day did he say? I was thinking that they went to the apartment the same night they found the car, but apparently not. Because this was on the 26th. So 3 days later, after they found the car.
For more things,
What were you looking for?
anything that would lead to finding Jasmine.
How long were you in the apartment?
Couldn't tell you,
More or less than an hour.
maybe an hour.
Was that the last time you entered into the apartment?
It was.
So you entered into the apartment that one day twice.
Correct.
Mr. Pace,
you were there with Katrina Pace when you were interviewed by Detective Crawford and Detective Peach, weren't you?
I was there.
You were there, you were here in this courtroom in February of last year, and you heard Katrina Pace testify then, didn't you?
I was here.
And then this past Monday, you were in this room when you saw Katrina Pace testify on that stand, right? Were any of those statements true?
We remember it differently.
I'm sorry, were those statements true? I need a verbal response.
Who am I to say what the truth is?
Did
What?
a resident of the apartment building open the door for you and, I guess, for you to come in the building?
No.
Who did that?
I didn't.
Did Katrina Pace or others get into Jason's store with a credit card?
I'm not aware if they did or not.
What?
Did they get in, who was the first person to get into the door?
I was.
Did you ever see Katrina Pace or another person use a credit card to get into the door?
I didn't.
And you said earlier it'd be impossible to use a credit card to get into that door? You heard Katrina testify that she went back into the apartment multiple times after that night, or after that morning?
I heard that.
Were you with her those times?
I was not.
Do you know what she did in the apartment during those times?
I didn't know.
Why does this even matter? Why are we picking at little bitty things? What does how they got into the building afterwards? How does this point to whether or not it was premeditated?
Does your ex-wife, Katrina Pace, does she have a reputation for being honest?
Objection, Your Honor.
In this trial, usually whichever lawyer is doing the cross is the one that objects. And it hasn't happened a lot. I think this is the second time it's happened. But they don't do that in this trial. It's like whoever objects, objects. And they both objected to that one. It does taint evidence. I get it. The fact that they went into the apartment taints evidence. I get that. I understand that. But why does it matter whether or not they got in with a credit card or the door was unlocked and they just opened it and walked in? I get that it taints evidence. That's not what I'm saying. Are they just doing it to prove that Katrina Bean's a liar? Is that what they're trying to do? Just prove that she lied? Is that important that she lied? I don't get it. Oh, okay. Well, Yeah, that too. I guess if the door wasn't locked, if anybody could have just opened it and got in. Yeah, it could be for that. Or could be for that. And either of those things could do that. But he's not trying to disprove that he did it. He's trying to disprove premeditation. And when they first went into his apartment, they didn't know that anything had happened to her yet. They just were looking for their daughter. They wanted to find their daughter. So why would they try to frame him for her unaliving? They didn't know that she was unalive. So why would they feel the need to frame him for that? Or stage evidence to that outcome? But now I'm confused as to why she said they used a credit card to get in, and now he's saying that they didn't. Well, yeah, but they didn't even know that anything had happened to her. Well, you see, on the 911 call, he said kidnapping and possible trafficking. Like, where did he even get that from? I would have just called 911 and said, my daughter is missing. We found her ID and credit cards in the last place she was known to be, and we found her car abandoned at a different place. You know? But he jumped right to kidnapped and trafficked. And then I still am hung up on that creepy wall. Mike, did you see the pictures on this dude's apartment wall? They don't look like photographs. They look like you know when you pose for photographs and you arrange them nicely on your wall? That's not what it looks like. It looks like a bunch of candid pictures of people that were just like the walls wallpapered with. Like creepy stalker type pictures. And nobody has mentioned it. No one has even spoken of them.
Jason here, and Jason Pace, she a honest person.
And it's just creepy looking.
What about reputation? you have any concerns about Katrina testifying on Monday? Did you address anyone with those concerns? Who did you address? Sir, I'm sorry if I asked. I know this is hard. Who can speak up for us? Who did you address?
Who?
How did she react to your concerns?
Good.
Did you address your concerns with anyone else?
The office. Just the DA's office.
The DA's office. Anyone other than the DA's office or anyone in? One over here. Sorry. Yes, I'm sorry for the circumstances why you're here.
Did you receive a subpoena to testify in this trial?
I did.
By who?
The state.
Did you ever receive a subpoena from the defense attorney?
I did not.
Were you ever notified by the defense that they were gonna call you as a witness today?
I was not.
Did they tell you Monday?
I did not.
Did they tell you Tuesday?
I did
Did they tell you Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Jeez.
Did they tell you this morning? You didn't know you were being called as a witness until you were sitting right there and he said your name, is that right?
Yes.
How long have you and Katrina been divorced?
20 years.
Is it fair to say that y'all don't have a great relationship? Is it fair to say that this whole experience has been hard on your already tough relationship?
Sure.
Would you say that you're the one that initially saw Jasmine's photo ID, her driver's license, and her credit cards in Mr. Chen's apartment?
I believe so.
Were they in the desk drawer?
They were.
And you took them out and put them on the desk, is that correct? And you were knocking on doors because you couldn't find your daughter, could you?
Correct.
And all you were trying to do was find your daughter. You were desperate. You were desperate.
Yeah.
You thought she might be in Jason Chen's apartment, didn't you?
I don't know that part.
Would you have done anything to get in that apartment?
I would.
Because you had reason to believe, based on what the neighbors told you, that she could have been in danger.
Yeah.
You have a military background, is that correct, sir?
I do.
Is that one reason you're proficient in firearms?
It is.
Did you clean anything up in Mr. Chen's apartment?
No.
Did you plant any evidence in Mr. Chen's apartment?
Other than moving her credit cards and her driver's license. I don't know if that's planted. or
You
not.
didn't take anything in there and leave it?
I did not.
Did you have any idea at the time what had happened to your daughter?
No.
Did you have any idea that she had been stabbed to death at that time?
Definitely not.
She hadn't been located, had she? But did you know that he might be involved?
Yes. With certainty. Because he lied about speaking with her, about the duration, about the timing,
And you were aware that he lied.
fully aware.
How?
Had him on the phone. And then even when we were sitting at Waffle House, we called an additional phone number. And they said it's probably not going to be successful because they speak Asian. I knew just enough to hold a conversation to start it right there at Waffle House.
They speak Asian.
Then, if that's your girlfriend, you're participating with the parents to look for her. What can I do? I'm equally concerned that she's missing. How can we find her together? And the fact that that wasn't happening was the biggest immediate flag. He's my number one suspect.
Well, did he tell you that he did it, but it's because she came after him with wine glasses?
No lie.
When did he say he had seen her last?
He lied about that.
Do you recall when he had said he had seen her last?
I don't remember exactly what he said. I just know that it wasn't what the phone record showed. It was different than what we had proof of.
He wasn't concerned about her, was he?
No.
At all, was he? Were you monitoring Facebook during this time period?
We were.
Do you recall a time that week when a photo was posted from your daughter's Facebook account?
It was literally like the match that lit this whole thing on fire. Because it was not a modest photograph posted on Facebook, and anybody that knew Jasmine knew she would not have posted that. And it was a different timeline of her photo, so it wasn't even recent either. There was just so many problems with it that it drew immediate red flags to everybody in the family. And friends, and people that knew her.
What day was that posted?
I believe that was the same Saturday, the 22nd,
And how'd you know it wasn't
26th,
the 26th, Saturday the 26th?
Saturday, the 26th.
And how'd you know it wasn't a recent photo of her?
She has tattoos, and we can know basically what month and year it is on which tattoos she has.
Did she have tattoos in the photo she allegedly posted from her Facebook the week of Thanksgiving?
They were missing, which means that it most definitely was an earlier photograph.
Do you think if you saw that Facebook post, you would recognize it?
I would.
May we approach, Your Honor? Sir?
He had the creepy picture wall, and then at his parents' house, I can't remember if it was in the room he was staying in, but there was another room downstairs that they also searched. I think it was in the downstairs room. There was a red box, and he had a cell phone in there. It was the same cell phone that he had when he went to buy the cleaning supplies. Because you know those stickers you can put on the back of your phone that you can use to put like your driver's license and your credit cards and stuff like that in the back of your phone? He had that on his phone. So it made the phone more distinctive. That was the phone they found in that red box. Also in that red box was a whole bunch of women's jewelry. And I say women's because it was blinged out diamonds. It didn't look anything like, like solid chain, solid gold stuff like guys wore. It's like it was blinged. It was diamonds. Look, very feminine jewelry. And I want to know whose jewelry that is. Was it his mom? Did he throw his
I'm sorry, I have to show you
phone
this photo.
in his
But do you
mom's
recognize
jewelry
it?
box? Like, what was all that?
You can look at the second page as well, please.
Yes, I remember this.
Is that an accurate reflection of the Facebook post that came from Jasmine Pace's Facebook as you saw it that week?
It is.
Your Honor, it has to be a state's next exhibit.
Got 220.
Again, they have more. What was that?
24, there was an exhibit for item only, that's 223. Okay,
May I have DVD, Your Honor?
yes.
Oh, I guess they're going to show the picture maybe. Is that why they're showing the back of his head? Apparently it was a racy picture.
Fool with making it larger. I don't know. This PowerPoint system's not always my best friend.
Is this the photo that I just showed you?
Yes, it is.
Is that your daughter? Is that your daughter?
It was.
Does she have tattoos on her arm, on her shoulder in that photo, Mr. Pace?
No.
Does that say enjoying Thanksgiving with my baby?
It does.
And you now know that when that was posted from Facebook, she was dead. Is that right? And you now know that at this point in time, he had her phone, didn't he?
Don't go so hard at him. It's not his fault. The defense called him. Chill, lady.
Nothing further, Judge.
You ready?
What?
The jury have any questions for Mr. Pace?
You all day. I'm working, dude.
Anyone else? Counsel Pro?
Hang on, I gotta go tuck Spike into bed. Come on. What, you don't want me to tuck you in? Come on. Come on. Hey, Brian. They don't need to ask this man any questions. They need to just leave him alone. He didn't even know he was going to be a witness. He's about in tears. His daughter is dead. Oh, that's okay, Brian. I understand. Everybody has their own life and their own stuff. And if I'd known that he was going to do this trial this way, I don't know if I would have streamed it. I get that he wants to get it done quick because his jury's sequestered, but going to almost 7 o'clock every night, I am exhausted, man. I don't know if I told you, Brian, the diagnostic nerve block went really well. I'm gonna tell Brian this real quick and I'll start it back. It went really well. It worked. I went in like barely able to walk, and I came out and almost beat Travis back to the truck on the way out. And it lasted like 6-7 hours and then it wore off. The next one is Wednesday, and if that one works, then they'll go in with the radio frequency thing and burn the nerves. So keep your fingers crossed that the next one works as good as the first one did. So maybe we can get me some pain relief.
Okay, so as you know, the jury has some questions. So I'm gonna ask them. Take your time answering if you need to. Right, so just face the jury when you answer the questions, okay? How did you know Jason Chen was Jasmine's boyfriend?
I didn't necessarily know that it was her boyfriend. I knew that they had been speaking, his name had been spoken about, and that they knowingly went on a trip to Chicago together, and that his name was relevant. We knew they were at least somehow close enough to take a trip to Chicago. More than that, I wasn't aware how much more they were dating or not dating. At least enough to go to Chicago.
You might have answered in that last answer of this one, but I'll ask it anyway. Had Jasmine ever mentioned Jason Chen to you?
No, she never mentioned Jason Chen to me directly. But she did mention him directly to other people that she trusted and loved and was concerned about sharing things that were important to her.
You said you lifted the handle to get into the apartment. Was the door open? How did the door get open?
I did lift the handle. I believe I just broke the mechanism lifting so hard.
Oh,
And then after I entered, I unlocked the back of it after I entered so that I could turn the handle and get in freely again and again.
Did anyone in your party search the dumpster area on the night of 11/26/27? Do you recall if anyone saw particles of clothing or a sanitary pad?
Yes, we did. We did on that night. And for the next,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Say you did search the dumpster area or you did see the articles of clothing and sanitary pad or both?
both,
Okay.
we did search him, we did see both.
Was Katrina Pace ever inside the apartment at the same time you were?
Yes, I believe she was.
Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment? If so, what do you recall being collected? Did you take anything from apartment 210? I'll ask it one at a time. Were you present when any items were taken from the apartment?
No, I was not present for that.
Did you take anything from apartment 210?
No, I did not. Possibly, and I really don't recall. Possibly we would have on the very next entrance, right after the police had left, and we kind of all concluded that their help was going to be less than expedient. And we may have actually grabbed all of her IDs and stuff at that exact moment. But it's a blur if we grabbed them at that next moment or it's a blur. I don't specifically remember that we grabbed them at that exact moment, but it's reasonable that that's probably when it happened.
Just kind of following up with that, just want to make sure you understood that one of your questions, did you take anything? You mentioned we took things from apartment 210. Did you physically take anything yourself from apartment 210?
No, I did not take anything from the apartment.
Do you recall smelling marijuana when you entered the apartment?
I don't recall smelling marijuana, but I do expressly remember the bong that was on the computer stand and a baggie beside it, which maybe it's a crime, maybe it's not a crime, but we pointed that out, or we expressed that they should be looking and knowing that it was in there, that maybe it was somehow related, or maybe we would have known fingerprints or something like that. So it was pointed out, but the smell itself, there was no smell.
If you do remember, what items do you remember observing on the bed at the time you arrived for the first time?
I think all that I remember on the bed was the pillow, blankets. It was messy, it wasn't made up, so there's a lot of wrinkles and folds. Possibly there was clothing on top of the cover, the bed itself. I don't think anything else was on there at that time.
you need to redirect based on what the jury asks. Yes. All right, jurors, we're going to take a break at this point. It's 10 minutes to 12. Try to have you back at 5 minutes after 12. Be in recess for 15 minutes. See you chambers coming.
I see, sir, Mr. Chen.
Let me see. If I can find every time I try to find something else about this case, I can't find it. You know, like previous stuff. Because I'm trying to find pictures of that wall. You'd think it would pop up in my feed since I've been watching this trial every single day for hours. I don't see anything. You ever watch like one video catches your eye and you watch it and you're like, oh, that's cool. And like, you're done with that topic. But then like forever, you have that video, similar videos to that one video that you were like, okay, I'm done with that. And then it just keeps popping up and popping up and popping up. Like, okay, I'm done with that. I don't want to see that anymore. No, I've never heard of that, Brian. Are you kidding me? I'm barely handling StreamYard. Grizzly true crime. Ouch. Their thumbnail says, Day 6, will Jason Chen take the stand in his own defense? No. We already know that. He's not on the list. I cannot believe that they... I've got a bazillion videos about this one video I watched the other day for like a total of 5 minutes, and I can't find anything about Jason Chen. I've got a bunch of dog videos, a bunch of the view is going down in flames videos. And for some reason, I'm getting all these videos of things that you can make with only 2 and 3 ingredients. I don't know why I started getting those videos. They are just all over the place, and I don't even know why. I don't think I watched any videos of just like 2 or 3 ingredient things, but now they're just popping up everywhere. Oh Lord, Jackson Galaxy is having a meltdown because one of his cats died. I don't blame him, but there's a cheesecake made out of chickpeas. Oh, that I might have to try. I love chickpeas. You can use zucchini to make pizza crust. I know you can use it with cauliflower. Well, I'm not crazy about cauliflower. I like it raw. Oh, here's a walk through the crime scene. Wonder how long it is. Oh. Well, it's just a portion of the trial. Let me see if I can find the actual creepy wall. Oh, wait, let me enlarge it. There you go. See all those pictures?
This side of it? It would be the desk.
The desk.
That's correct.
62 and 41, what are we looking at?
This is going to be a photograph from over top of the futon.
So he's got all those
Just this side of it.
weird. I have no idea. But it's creepy. See, he's got pictures on the wall. He's got a little curio cabinet there and a picture. On the other wall, there are pictures, like normal for decoration pictures. And then he's got this weird collage there that's right by his desk. And they're not all pictures of people, but it just creeps me out, okay? I don't... It just creeps me out. So couple that with the box full of women's jewelry that they found at his parents' house. I mean, like, if it's his mom's jewelry, that's cool. But he had stuff in that box too. Like, did he throw his stuff in that box with his mom's jewelry, or? And I know that 22 is an adult, but I would want to meet the man that my 22-year-old daughter was going to Chicago with. Tennessee to Chicago is a long trip. I know that when I was dating Travis, he lived like 2.5 hours south of me, and Dad didn't have a lot of chances to meet him before he actually moved up here, because Travis he raced RCs on the weekend. So I would go visit him on the weekend, and he would go to the RC car track, and I would go with him. So it wasn't like I'd go down there and he would come up here. I was always going down there. So Dad kind of felt like he didn't really know this guy that was dating his daughter. And that's the one thing I wish I had changed. But I was an adult. I mean, I was in my 30s, so, Dad didn't say anything. He just let it happen. But I know he was disappointed that he didn't get to know him better before we got married. Oh, that's fine, Judy. I'm just glad you're here because it's Saturday. I'm surprised I have so many people here. I mean, it's not a lot, but for a Saturday, I figured it was going to be just me Sitting here talking to myself. So, supposed to be done Wednesday-ish. Wednesday is my next nerve block. So we're probably going to start late that day. So I hope they finish. Because if not, we're going to be sitting here until midnight. We might have to stop early. Not stop early, but like stop around the same time they would normally stop. And then just be behind and try to catch up. Because I got to get these done. I got to get the second one done so they can do the actual burning nerve part as soon as possible. I was so happy because the steroid injections did nothing. I was so afraid when he did this it was going to do nothing. And it worked. I was so happy. I just about skipped to the truck. I was like, oh, this is cool. Just imagine being in so much pain for decades and then none. It was so amazing. But then it wore off. When it wore off, it was horrible, though, because it was like, boom. It was nice while it lasted, though. So I guess what they do, they burn the nerves, and then the nerves slowly regenerate. So the pain slowly returns, but it can take up to a year. So a year free of pain with no back surgery or anything is good in my book. And he said it can be redone. I guess they just keep doing it until the point that it doesn't work anymore, and then they start with the other stuff. So next step is the neurostimulator, which I do really want, but it's a lot more serious of a surgery than I realized. I thought it was more simple of a surgery than it is. So I want to keep that off the table as long as possible. Because I have had back surgery before. I had back surgery in 2006, back before it got so bad. And it actually helped at the time. But because of the fibromyalgia, I had post-surgery muscle spasms in my back so bad. It was like the second or third day after surgery, I couldn't get out of bed. Because every time I moved, the muscles in my back spasmed up so tight. Like my whole entire back, because it was from the fibromyalgia. And I had to call. I was able to reach the phone. I called my stepmother, and she came over and actually pulled me out of bed while I screamed. So I don't want back surgery again unless I absolutely have to. Anytime anything happens to my body, the fibromyalgia freaks out. If I can keep the other parts of my body in good working order, then the fibromyalgia stays in remission. Chemo keeps it in remission too, but I don't recommend that as a treatment for fibromyalgia.
Mr. Pace, one of the things in our conversation in chambers, we happened to talk about whether or not you'd be asked any more questions from either side. If either side has any more questions for you, so you can set them. Bring the drink when they're ready.
What is he looking at?
By the way, court reporting notice, there's a please sit. What's your name?
That's called Johnny Lawrence.
What was the last name, sir? Lawrence?
Johnny Lawrence.
I do.
Good morning. Can you state your full name?
It's Johnny, Johnnny, Lawrence, Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, where do you live?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a crime scene expert, specializing in crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, shooting reconstruction.
Can you please explain your training and experience to get those qualifications?
I joined the Nashville Metropolitan Police Department in 1981. Class was full, so I had to go to a temporary holding area until the class started in November 16th of 1981. Then started my training, graduated March of '82. The next day I hit the streets in Nashville. My first zone was Lower Broadway. I worked in the patrol section, moving from Broadway to the Jefferson Street area, to the Preston Taylor area, around 40th and Charlotte, and what we call the Nations, not around the state penitentiary. I then transferred to the South Precinct, worked briefly in the Hermitage area. In 1989, I was transferred to the Homicide Division. In our Homicide Division, back then, I was on the midnight shift, and we worked all personal crimes. We were the only detectives working during that time period. Stayed in the homicide unit until 1998, when I was transferred to the crime scene unit, and I became a crime scene investigator, leading into crime scene specialist. And retired from the police department. Once my retirement pension was available in 2012, September 2012. Didn't really do much after that, about 31 and a half years, but because some attorneys had contacted me, I then started investigating cases again in 2013. Started my own company called Nashville Investigative Services. And that was a 2013, and was in that position until 2017. When Rick Berry from Berry Waltz Investigations out of Franklin, Tennessee, approached me and asked if I would come to work for him. So in 2017, I did, but now the company name is called BWI Forensics. And the reason of that is because we branched out. We have a digital forensics unit, we have traffic accident reconstructions, we have fact investigators and mitigation investigators on our staff.
How long have you been in private practice?
I started my own company in 2013, switched over to BW Barry Walls in 2017. I'm currently still employed.
When you were a police officer, did you have the occasion to work homicide cases?
Meaning, in fact, my first homicide was a couple of weeks after I first hit the street on Lower Broad. I don't know if you remember, we had a Greyhound bus station, and we also had Trailways. And there was a homicide at the Trailways bus station across the street. That was my first homicide. Now, I was a rookie. My job then was to put up the yellow tape, secure the area, and see if I could locate witnesses.
Can you explain a little bit about your progression as you were promoted?
In patrolling, you don't really get much extra training except for what they call in-service. Every year you have to go through a week's remedial training to get certified for the Postal Commission. That gives you the authority to be law enforcement. So until 1989, when I went into homicide, I really didn't have outside training except for patrolling. But once I went into homicide, I got access to going to seminars, listening to experts, homicide investigations and procedures. One of those was the Williams Association in Albany, New York. We had in-house training because it was always cheaper. Training, excessive training was very expensive. You have to take their room and board. So we would bring people in and host training units, invite people from other surrounding cities. During that time, I received numerous classes: bombing, explosion, work, witness interrogation. Subject interrogation, witness interviews. Try to separate the two. Procedures. We didn't get in depth with crime scenes then. I'm talking late 80s, early 90s, because we had a very good crime scene, very experienced. Back then, you worked as long as you could physically work. Most of our crime scene unit was experienced officers with 20 plus years. So when we would get a homicide, we would go, we would discuss what we got, what little information we used to have, let the crime scene unit go do their thing, we would go do our thing. So the witness interview, and that's where that really played a part in. And then we would discuss our progress as we go. But you do the interviews, went to autopsies, learned the procedures on how the medical examiner takes care of his business, learn how to ask questions about it, what to look for. So you learn the basics of investigation techniques. And that lasted until about the mid-90s when I started getting a lot of experience in this, and they wanted me to start teaching. So I started teaching the in-service classes I had mentioned, where you had to go every year or two. Then in 98, I switched over to the crime scene unit because I was getting more interested in the processing of crime scenes. And during that time, I received the best training I ever had. I was learning physically from these experienced officers. We had our own small lab. It wasn't a full crime lab, but it was a lab where we would process evidence with alternate life sources, chemicals, what they call super glue. I'm sure you've seen that on TV. But I started actually learning how to do crime scenes and what to look for and proceed. During that time, I took bloodstain pattern analysis classes. 2002, I took a class from a Mr. Jerry Finley, who was retired from the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. He was classified as an expert in the field. I also took a class from Mr. Tom Bevel out of Norman, Oklahoma, who was considered one of the leading experts in crime scene reconstruction and bloodstain patterns. I have gone to conferences. I have spoke extensively in the past to bloodstain experts, Stuart James, T-Sutton, several others at our conference. I am a member of the IABPA, IABPA.org. It's an organization for bloodstain experts and people in the field. They host an annual conference. I try to go to as many of those as I can. And then on my own, I do practice at my house, trying to come up with different techniques or making determinations on stains.
Regarding blood stains, so that the jury can understand, what are blood stains?
Blood stains is the result of blood coming into contact with something else. It's a stain that has developed because of some type of action. The layman's term of the the definition is it's the reconstruction of blood stains within a scene, not necessarily a crime scene, any kind of scene, but to try to determine what is the action or cause to develop that stain.
What is blood stain pattern analysis?
That is bloodstain pattern analysis, but bloodstain pattern analysis can be broadened quite a bit to the point to where you're physically working the stains.
What does that mean?
Working the stains is you're trying to determine directionality, you're obtaining the size of the stain, whether it's a drop. That's what you normally have, the impact stains. You try to get the measurements, the width and the length of the stain. There's a trigonometry formula you use, and that will give you the angle of projection of that stain. Therefore, you can follow that angle to try to determine the location where the source was. Now, the source is whatever has that particular stain on it. It could come from a victim, it could come from an object, it could come from a suspect, it could come from anything. It could come from somebody going through blood and tracking it and coming up. An impact stain is something, it's actually a blood drop that has left an object with force. So it's traveling. Once it hits, it's going to slide. And when it hits, it's going to leave like a little tail. And a lot of people say it looks like an exclamation point, lined with a dot. The dot will indicate where the directionality of the blood is going. So that gives you an indication of the area, but it doesn't give you the height, location, so you try to work this thing. Now, what I normally do on cases now, because I don't usually get access to a scene until it's long past, I do a lot of what they call blood stain interpretation, which I'm telling people what the stain is telling me. Now, I'm not able to go deeper than that because I don't have access to doing the trajectory with the measurements. So blood stain interpretation is giving you an understanding of what you're seeing.
You had also talked about crime scene reconstruction. What is crime scene reconstruction?
Crime scene reconstruction, it's the same thing as crime scene investigation, but I'm after the fact.
No, it's not.
It's crime scene investigation. And the definition for it is an attempt to reconstruct the scene to be able to determine what happened and where it happened. What I try to explain to people is the main things in a crime scene investigation is the old cliche term, who, what, where, when, how, and especially why. Those are the answers you're trying to figure out, not just overall, but everything you do. If you see a piece of evidence, you ask those questions. Why is it here? How did it get here? When did it get here? So if you go that way, you're investigating each piece of item within a crime scene. It's meticulous. You have to take forever doing it. But crime scene reconstruction, you're trying to put this back together to where you can see what happened and to get a better understanding. Crime scene investigation and reconstruction is like working a jigsaw puzzle. I'm sure everybody's got one. You get a box with a picture on top of it. You've got 500 pieces inside. Take the picture off. You have no picture. You're trying to put this puzzle together without an idea of what you're seeing. There's issues sometimes. It's a 500-piece puzzle and you got 506 pieces. You have to ask why. Put it together. Maybe you got 409. Again, why is there 10 short? So you're trying to figure out why something is going on within your investigation. But that's how I proceed with it.
After your time at your national police
That's
department,
not good.
you have received other training as long as you've been in your own firm or PWI.
I've gone to several IBPA conferences. I'm a member of TALPIC, which is the Tennessee Association of Licensed Private Investigators. Because in my field, to be able to get access to tools I need, you have to be pretty much registered with the state of Tennessee. So I'm a licensed private investigator. And I go to those conferences every 2 years, but I teach a lot in those conferences also. I've also been to, I don't know if I mentioned, several of the IBPA conferences. I go to the Tennessee Association of Criminal Defense Attorneys Conference, ACT. Try to go to that every year. I'm not always able to because of my scheduling, and I have taught numerous times in that conference.
Do you have you ever testified before?
Yes, many times.
How many times did you say you testified?
Total testifying dates back to around 1990. I have no idea to give you that number, but as an expert in the field that I mentioned, I've testified on numerous cases throughout my career, not necessarily as an expert, but as a witness, or to clarify things in a case from a witness. But as an expert, I was asked to look at some cases, a case out of Williamson County, which is around Franklin, Tennessee, Springfield, Tennessee. And I testified as an expert there right about the time I was retired. I think it was 2013. Testified in Memphis, Tennessee on a double homicide case.
Can you talk about every single one of your cases?
Yes.
Can you just give us an
Hickman County,
ballpark
which is
number?
near to Dixon. Testified, well, I was going to testify as an expert the day I showed up, the case was settled, so I actually didn't testify, but I was recognized as an expert prepared. Knoxville, Tennessee, we had a case, but it's actually Rowan County, just outside of Knoxville. That was actually last year. Many times in Davidson County, some cases you probably remember, but the majority of cases are not as broadly in the news. Testified in Montgomery County, Clarksville, Tennessee. I testified as a crime scene investigator in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania on the case, only because the victim brought to Nashville. So I got it on that.
The defense hired you, correct?
Correct.
You only testify as an expert for the defense?
No.
Who do you testify?
Whoever hires us, we work for the prosecution, the defense, and we also work for private citizens, because a lot of times private citizens are not content with the result on the death of a relative, so they want a second opinion. But I do cases for prosecution and I do cases for the defense.
Your Honor, at this time, I would tender Johnny Lawrence as an expert in bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain pattern interpretation and crime scene reconstruction.
Yes, sure. Sir, how many times, a number, have you testified as an expert witness at a trial?
That is listed on my CV. I'm guessing because I don't have it in front of me. 12 to 15 times.
Would it surprise you to learn that we've not received your CV, sir?
No, sir.
That wouldn't surprise you at all?
Well, I'm not sure of the procedure.
Did you provide it to the defense
Just the other day. Yes, sir.
just the other day? So you've only been on this case for how long?
Since December 7th of 1922.
December the 7th of 1922.
That's when I was notified of the case. Yes, sir.
In what fields have you testified as an expert?
Crime scene investigation, crime scene reconstruction, bloodstain pattern analysis, bloodstain pattern interpretation, shooting reconstruction.
You provided expert testimony in those fields.
Yes, sir.
How many times?
It's on, it's 12, 15 in that area.
12 to 15 times in that one particular area.
That's what I could remember to be able to honestly document it in my CV. There could be others, I don't remember.
Have you prepared and generated a report of your findings of your examination?
No, there was no report generated.
No report generated? No. Who told you not to generate a report?
Nobody.
Deja vu. Same thing happened in Karen Reed with Dr. Russell.
So you don't generate a report in cases like this?
I do not generate a report every case I work, no.
In every case you work? But let's just be clear, sir, you worked in a crime scene unit in 1998.
Started in crime scene, yes.
Sure. They generate reports, correct?
It's in the policy, yes.
And when you're hired by families that are looking for answers, you generate reports.
Yes, sir.
In this case, did you generate a report?
Not as far as an expert report, no, sir.
Because you know that would have to be turned over to the state of Tennessee, right?
Goes to whoever hired me, and
That's it?
where they go, where it goes then.
So were you instructed to not generate a report
No.
in this case?
No one told me not to generate.
And of course, in your law enforcement experience, you know how discovery works, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that when an expert generates a report, it has to be provided to the other side to provide a fair opportunity to challenge their findings. Right?
This is a statement of law. Very good.
Oh, good. They're gonna approach me to death. Judge, when do we go to lunch? I'm hungry. So did they not even know about this witness then? Or did they just not have a report from this witness? I don't know if you guys can hear me. I'm leaned way back from the microphone. I like my new desk and my new setup better than the old at the table, but I can't use my boom for my mic because there's no place to attach it to the desk unless I drill a hole in the desk. There's no place to just attach the boom, just to clamp it on. And I don't want to put a hole in this desk because one day when my stepdaughters come get their junk out of that room, I'm still going to put my studio in there and have it a nice office in there. And that's going to be my little refuge in there. And I'm going to get an area set up for the dogs so they can be nice and comfortable and leave me alone. And I might have a doggo cam, hopefully.
Did you examine items of evidence in this case?
I actually went to the scene.
You went to the scene?
Yes.
And what
And
happened?
examined them, not physically, but through the photographs and everything in this film.
So when you say you went to the scene, you did not go to 110 Tremont Street, apartment 210,
Yes, I did.
okay? To look at physical evidence?
Actually, to look at the scene.
Okay. So you went to the apartment building,
110 Tremont,
and how did you get in?
keypad.
Who let you
I was with Attorney Weiss and my coworker, Ms. Stephanie Adamson.
in? And on what day did that occur?
That was December the 9th, 2020.
2022. Did you reach any conclusions based upon your view of the scene on December the 9th?
I was looking at things that I could tell the police had done, pointing a few things out. Once we was there, maybe about 2 minutes, Attorney Weiss left, so it was just me and my coworker, Stephanie Alexander.
Recall what the question was, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm trying to get to it. But I was taking photographs and examining things as I went. When I went in, the initial room was dark because of the alternate light that was in there. Floodlight, looked like it's blue tint. So I was taking photographs.
Responsive to the question.
It is a response to the question. So, I think the question was, is the crime scene, what he did at the crime scene. So technically, there is some distinction there. If you want to continue information about what he did at the crime scene, you want to move to the line of question you need to.
Did you reach any conclusions based upon your visit to the crime scene?
No, sir.
Didn't reach a single conclusion.
There was no way to reach an absolute conclusion just from my visit.
And then after you reviewed other evidence, photographs, videos, so on and so forth.
I actually went to the scene again.
Okay. Did you reach a conclusion based upon your second visit to the scene?
Not a conclusion, but a observation.
Did you record those observations, the results of your observations?
Photographs.
Photographs?
Yes, sir.
And you agree, sir, they're exclusively within your control
Yes, sir.
and the defense?
Yes, sir.
Did you draw any conclusions based upon the results of your observations?
Not an absolute conclusion.
In that aspect, did you reach any conclusions?
No, sir.
None at all.
No, sir.
Did you reach any conclusions at all in this case?
Not absolute. No, sir. There's no way to.
So you're not able to say to any reasonable degree of certainty any fact of consequence in this case?
Not a total conclusion, but observations, technique, and procedures. Yes, sir.
Sure.
There, from what I just mentioned, there was no way from crime scene work that I could come to an absolute conclusion.
And did you memorialize that fact in any format?
No, sir.
Did you convey that?
I'm sorry.
Did you convey that in any format?
I discussed my observations and
Your observation?
what I could, what I think should have progressed during the investigation to where you could come to a conclusion.
So you yourself have no conclusion at all that would materially assist this jury in reaching the ultimate decision in this case?
When you say conclusion, I'm interpreting it as a final decision of what I think happened. I do not think, from my observations, I could not make a determination beyond a reasonable doubt of what happened. But I did observe, interpret, look at things, and make I started to form an opinion, but I could not complete that opinion.
Did you record or memorialize those opinions?
It was not an opinion, sir. I could not form a final opinion. I was coming up with what we call theories. You start thinking of how things could happen, but you have nothing to base it on.
Sir, I think I understand what you're saying, in that you did not come to any conclusion that you could reach an opinion. Did you write down the fact that you could not come to an opinion? Or did you email it or communicate it in some way, is the question.
Not as a whole, no, sir. There's more information than that. But as I received discovery in the case, it started clearing up to me. But for me to put an opinion in a report as this is what happened, I could not do that beyond a reasonable doubt. But I had information, I learned information from my 4 visits to 110 Tremont that this needs to be looked at. Something happened here. And hopefully the discovery was going to relay that.
Okay.
And we know something happened.
On this issue.
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
So,
Would you make an opinion that wasn't supported by your findings?
no, sir.
Would you give an opinion that wasn't supported by your investigation?
No, sir.
In your time as a police officer, or when you've been in your private practice, have you had an opportunity to look at crime scenes before?
Me.
And take me through the process of what you do when you begin your investigation.
There's a lot of changes in it. The majority of the time when I get involved is long after the incident. It has to be after a preliminary hearing or a direct presentment indictment. That is when the defense starts getting case information, reports, photographs, things related to the case. Normally, sometimes it happens, normally they don't get any of that until after those hearings. Then I would receive that and I can begin my investigation. This particular case was a little different because I did have the opportunity to visit the scene. That happens occasionally, not often in my field. So I took advantage of that and went to the scene, actually 4 times, trying to determine what happened in the scene. The scene was my main concern. What happened in that apartment? So each time, 2 inside the scene visits, 2 outside the scene visits. So the 2 times I went inside, the first time I was able to obtain photographs, which things you couldn't really see. The way I do it is take the photographs and enhance it once I get back to the office. I found things in the photographs I wanted to see again. So I made another visit and found what I was looking for. So that's not an opinion, that's an observation. Could I tell you beyond a reason about what that told me? No, but I can give you an idea of what possibly caused it.
Is it your responsibility, or is it part of your job to critique or go through what the crime scene investigators working for law enforcement did?
It's part of my job because it plays a big part of what took place. And it helps me to come to a final opinion or conclusion. In this case, I got the discovery at different times. You get one thing 1 month, next month you might get something else. So you proceed hoping the questions that you're forming are going to be answered with the continuous discovery. You don't know if you've got all the discovery until right at the end. Hopefully.
In fact, when was the last time you received that?
I think the defense needs to do a better job at picking expert witnesses. They're batting zero right now.
Mr. Morris, when's the last time you received discovery from my office in this case?
It was this year, exactly.
A couple weeks ago?
Yes, you're telling about right. I didn't want to lock in on a certain date.
Did we receive discovery in December too?
Yes.
I want to talk more about there's a nomenclature being used here. Findings, opinions, conclusions. Let's go through each one. What does findings mean?
Findings is basically what it said. You found something that could be involved, couldn't be involved, and you try to determine if it was. It's something that could lead you the right way or could deter you.
Did you have findings?
Many.
We talked about observations. What does observation mean?
Observations can be different types. You walk into this room, there are many things in here. You're observing some of them, but not everything. The second time you come in, you might observe something else. Each time you walk in, you might see something else. Same way with photographs. You might not see it in the photograph until you do something to it. So now you've got another observation of what you're looking at.
Let's talk about conclusions. What are conclusions mean?
To me, conclusions means I can show you this absolutely happened beyond a reasonable doubt. It does not mean it's something, well, to me, it's something that you could form an opinion on, make a conclusion on, and be able to sit and testify honestly that this is what happened and this is what my opinion shows.
What about conclusions about not the old conditions? You make conclusions about, per se, how the crime scene investigator applied to you make a conclusion of how well they did.
Yes, about that and things that wasn't there.
We talked about there, for example, there was I think it's called the alleged blood in the bathroom on the wall. What is that called?
They're called impact stains, but some people can classify them as cast on, which is an
Well, I'm
impact.
getting a little into what he would testify to, perhaps, more on his qualification. I understand you got to talk a little bit about what he did in this case, but witnesses' testimony is getting far afield.
For those topics, did you develop an opinion?
Not an absolute
It's a journal.
final opinion, but yes, I did start forming theories, is what, things to look at.
So theories, so define theory.
To me, a theory is, best point example, if you find something laying on the sidewalk, you're wondering how it got there. You're gonna start deciding, how did it get there? Why is it there? That kind of thing. Is there any other way it could have happened? It's a theory, it's kind of what people call tunnel vision. You focus on a specific thing and you miss out on other things, but there are other things there which are different theories.
Like a turtle on a fence post?
don't understand you per se on that, but.
Let's talk about, did you form opinions?
Me,
You have opinions on this case?
yes,
Do you have an opinion regarding the ultimate issue of this case?
yes,
Okay.
but I do have to,
How does that go to qualifications? That's step two, we're doing step one, it's like, is he qualified to give an opinion? So we can restrict your questions, please, to just his qualifications to come to that opinion.
Can you answer their question? Do you have the necessary qualifications to give an opinion on crime scene reconstruction?
yes,
Do you have the qualifications to do bloodstain pattern analysis and bloodstain interpretation?
I can, I'm listed as an expert in that field,
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field?
yes,
Have you been qualified as an expert in that field in courts in Tennessee?
yes.
Have you ever been excluded as an expert in the state of Tennessee?
It's not in the CV, but I think there might have been one, but it was a touch and go situation on that.
Mr. Wise, I apologize, there might have been some more to your question earlier than I was picking up on. We want to ask you questions about about getting into the substance of his opinion of whether or not it would be, I guess, the depth of the certainty or his definitions between findings, observations, and conclusions that would be helpful in making determinations. We want to go down that road, so I apologize.
Just to make sure, you weren't there November 20, the night of November 22nd, early morning of November 23rd, 2022.
No, sir.
And because you weren't there, what is a crime scene investigator's job? What is your job when you go in?
My current job,
Your current job?
I normally don't get access to the scene, so it's usually all after the fact, from the discovery. Whatever work has been done that's been provided to me.
And is that how someone in your profession goes about doing their job, doing their investigation?
Yes, sir, as the definition was, we try to recreate the actions of what took place and try to put it in an order.
In some cases, can you come to an ultimate conclusion?
Oh, yes, many times.
And sometimes you can't come to an ultimate conclusion.
No, sir.
What would be the reasons, the times that you can't come to an ultimate?
The biggest problem is not enough information, which is discovered. Not enough was included during the work.
Oh, man.
In other cases, you said you can develop opinions.
Yes,
Did you develop opinions in this case too?
yes.
One moment here. You have testified to opinions in other cases,
Yes,
and you testified on behalf of the defense in some of those cases.
both the defense and prosecution.
And so, you've been hired by a DA's office before,
Yes,
and you gave an opinion.
yes.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, this won't go on forever, I promise. Okay?
Fine, sir.
No, I think I'm just trying to cut what I need to know.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lawrence, I think I'm clear on your use of the terms findings and observations and conclusions.
Yes.
Findings are basically things that you see, observations, kind of the same things that you see. Conclusions deal with your opinion.
Yes,
Correct. So you've been offered to be an expert in two different fields. I see bloodstain analysis as well as crime scene reconstruction.
Yes.
You see those as two separate distinct fields as well?
They are distinctly different, but in many cases, they almost have to be used together.
Well, they're overlapping for sure.
Correct.
So you said you made many findings.
Yes.
You have many observations.
Yes.
And you have many theories, is that correct?
Correct. Opinions, but not
Well, I'm saying theories, trying to use your word.
theories, coming up with different.
Yes, and I think you said earlier, trying to figure out what else could have happened.
Correct.
So on the blood stain pattern that you looked at, I'm talking about, without getting into specifics of your opinion, you're talking about developing those many theories about what else could have happened. Are any one of those theories more likely than other theories that you come up with? Or would you describe them all as generally, these are all within the realm of possibility?
With what's in discovery, the theories I came up with was from multiple things.
Multiple possibilities?
Yes, not possibility, but as far as photographs, one photograph might tell me one thing, the next one might tell me something that's unrelated, but related.
And those are findings
But, yes,
and observations.
correct,
We're talking about your theories now, just getting a little.
same thing.
Theories and opinions are derived from those lower, more factual things you're seeing.
Correct.
So I'm gonna make sure, I think I understand what you're saying. Just wanna make sure you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, the theories unrelated to time and observation, it led to a theory that I had come to.
So you have a theory, or is it multiple theories?
And it led me towards an opinion, yes,
You have an opinion.
yes.
Okay. Getting closer.
Can we approach?
Yes.
More approaching. I'm fixing to have to approach the refrigerator because I'm ready for lunch. Travis should be home soon too. He can get his own lunch though. I need a salad. I don't think this guy is, he might know what he's talking about, but I don't think he uses the same vernacular that everybody else does. So it's getting confusing.
Okay, so we're talking about the opinion that you arrived at in this case.
Yes,
Okay. Is that opinion of something that happened or something that could have happened?
I'm saying something that I believe happened.
That you believe happened?
Yes.
So maybe I didn't understand what you're saying earlier, but the phrase that I wrote down earlier is that you could, quote, give an idea of what possibly caused it.
That's part of my theory and findings, but it's coming up to an opinion. I believe this happened, but there's not enough there to come to a final, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah, we're not asking for beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the standard for what we're talking about. The jury has to find the elements of the crime to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what we're talking about. So you can put that out of your mind as far as, your conclusion does not have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay. I just need to understand if it's your opinion to a reasonable degree of certainty as a crime scene investigator or as a blood pattern analysis investigator, whether that opinion is to a reasonable degree of certainty in those fields.
Yes, but I did come to a reasonable degree, and I felt like this was.
Okay. So that brings us to the next point. Lunch is here, so the jury's going to be sent out to lunch. We'll continue with the next phase with a particular witness. We'll bring you back when we're finished. We typically take an hour and 15 minutes. I'm gonna try to stick to that. If this part of the testimony takes longer than expected, you guys may be out a little longer, while I give the attorney some time to get some. Okay? You step to the jury room, we'll speak to you. Some water, though. I think. Mr. Lawrence, please be seated. What we're talking about before, we're trying to make a determination whether you even had an opinion that met the threshold that meets the standard of being able to substantially assist the prior fact. We're still talking about that. At least we know you formulated an opinion which you say is beyond, or excuse me, is to a reasonable degree of certainty in the field we're talking about. Okay. So at this point, I think that both sides, watch them. You disappeared from my field. So at this point, I think we can get into, we're still not beyond his qualifications yet, but I think at this point we're getting to the midst examination of his qualifications and what his actual opinion is. The jury's out. So Mr. Weiss, if you want to talk a little bit about his opinion as well, based on his qualifications, you can. And the state will be able to do the same.
Do I need, does the court want to get to it or lay a foundation?
You can start wherever you want to. The jury's out. So if you want to talk about what your opinion is and how we got there, you certainly can.
Mr. Lawrence, did you form an opinion on whether or not Jason Chen killed Jasmine Pace with premeditation?
No, sir.
Did you form an opinion where Jasmine Pace within the apartment died?
The photographs in the discovery I located, or that I received, there is nothing at all that can prove or show where she died. I can show where a big part of this incident took place, but in the bedroom.
Why is that?
Because of findings and observations I noticed from my pictures and the crime scene pictures taken by Chattanooga Police Department.
Detective Crawford said that Jasmine Pace died in the bathroom. Can you refute that opinion?
Again, I cannot say, and I don't believe anybody can say where she actually died at.
Why not?
Because there's so much blood throughout the scene. So what you look for is indications of actions, reactions, actions, where things occurred. I could see that in the bedroom. But what was being shown to me in the crime scene pictures is reactions from Blue Star of stains, which is giving me different opinions of how those things were developed. But it stopped there, and that's a problem.
Have you ever trained crime scene investigators before?
Many times.
And do you have any opinions regarding the efficacy, the job that the crime scene investigators did in this case?
It's hard to say on this because the crime scene unit, and it's multiple departments are like this. The crime scene unit is a separate unit of the homicide division. They need to stay separate. You don't need everybody in a huddle and people telling others what to do. The detectives are there to figure out what happened, investigate what happened, interview witnesses. They bring the crime scene unit in to do their job, investigate the crime scene. You try to keep information out so you can keep bias there. Let the investigators do their job and proceed. I saw a lot of issues with this where the investigators appeared to be being told what to do and when to do it. Therefore, that's why I see a deficiency in the Blue Star. There should have been a lot more done once that blood or reaction, possible blood, was created. Therefore, we could have probably been able to show exactly what happened, where it happened, and how it happened.
Do you have an opinion on the type of testing that the crime scene unit did?
Blue Star is one thing you use. It's an up-to-date version of the old term luminol. Blue Star is actually luminol with 2 types of sodium added to it. It gives a better fluorescent, it lasts longer, and you can see it much better, and it's more stable. Once you hit what you think is blood, or given an indication of blood, it doesn't mean it is. It's a presumptive test. You lightly spray it. Then you turn the lights on and you go to those areas, and you try to enhance that to be able to come up with patterns, directionality patterns, like, and I'm throwing examples, shoe impressions, foot impressions, handprints, anything to give you an indication what was going on there. To do that, you have to enhance those things. You use the hemosticks now. It used to be phenolphthalein.
What is hemosticks?
Hemosticks is kind of like a diabetic uses a glucose machine. You prick your finger, you put a little strip on it. That's it, like a hemistick. So you do the Blue Star, you do the hemistick to kind of give a little more verification it's possibly blood. You have to take a photograph of that hemistick of where you swab it, because it's documentation. Where did that stain come from? And this is what's shown. What was the reaction, negative or positive? But then you have to use a chemical. The one I use is glucose crystal violet. It's a stain. What it does is you spray that stain like you did the luminol, and it will develop your pattern, which is that it's not going to dissipate until you clean it.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that with me. I think we're getting into more of the depth of the opinion, which is fine to touch on that for this point. Mr. Weiss, again, I'm going to go through what I think you said so far. If there's anything else that I haven't noticed,
I have
more on different types of opinions. Okay.
Did you develop any opinions regarding whether or not the scene had been contaminated?
Yes, I did.
What were your opinions on, just I want to hear the opinions on whether the scene was
You can
contaminated?
get into a little bit, again, we get into the granular level of it.
Sorry. Briefly, tell me your opinions on how the scene was contaminated.
There were multiple items either brought in or taken out
How do you know that?
because of photographs and documentation from the discovery.
What about in regards to the Blue Star? Do you have an opinion that the Blue Star showed any type of contamination?
Again, the Blue Star pictures, the only thing you're getting out of it is illumination. It tells you nothing about the blood.
Had you observed the, hold on, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Would the court want to hear that? What all did,
I hear all his opinions that he would offer as an expert. I've got 4 so far.
do you have any opinions regarding how this case was investigated?
Beyond the lack of blue stars.
Beyond the lack of Blue Star.
And beyond the fact the scene was contaminated.
Yes, I can, yes.
Please explain.
What I mentioned about the bedroom, there were several things that I was able to locate during enhancement of the photographs or observation of the discovery from the state. And I located things that could substantiate my opinion.
I'll let Mr. Weiss direct, but we're getting to what your opinion is.
Okay.
What is that?
With the enhancement of pictures, I found additional evidence in the bedroom near the large saturation stains and the markings on the wall. That was not in the discovery and was not tested.
And what
It
opinion?
sounds like a broken record. I need to know what an opinion is about those factual things.
My opinion on that was at least part of the altercation took place right there. It happened right there
In the day.
in the bedroom.
I've got that already. A big part of the incident took place in the bedroom. Here's what I have, Mr. Weiss, you can flesh these out in more detail if you want to, sure. As far as opinions that this witness, as an expert, might testify to, I've got his opinions that nothing can show where she died. However, a big party incident took place in the bedroom. As far as the investigation, more Blue Star should have been applied, and also the scene was contaminated because multiple items were brought in and left out. So those are the opinions that I have as far as this expert witness perhaps providing to the jury. If there's something I've missed, something you want to explain more, that's where we're.
Go ahead.
One correction on that, sir. The Blue Star, not that more Blue Star needed to be added, but different types of techniques after the Blue Star. And that's where the glucose provider comes in.
So there's other tests.
There's other tests, yes.
Do you have an opinion on the evidence that was submitted to the TBI and the way the TBI processes information? Or processes evidence?
The opinion on that is some failure. That's basically what
Opinion
should
what?
failure, what should have been.
They failed?
There's things that I felt like was absolutely needed to be tested properly that would show what
Some more items should have been submitted.
meaning.
We're getting close to an opinion on that one.
Okay.
Thank you. Continue, Schwartz.
Mr. Lawrence, are there any other opinions that you have in regarding this case? And do you understand that opinion is based on the findings and that you've made that?
I think that one of the biggest ones, it goes back to the Blue Star. The photographs that were taken, the particular one I was most interested in was taken from the bedroom, down through the hallway, through the bathroom, and into the living room. This shows a broad area of illumination through Blue Star. If this is blood, my opinion is most of this, if not all of it, was what I call trapped blood or traveling through it. It's continuous movement back and forth through there. And that's why I felt like if I could have had more absolute pictures of the scene, I could have explained exactly what. But this apartment has one door and a window in the bedroom. That is the main path of this room. There was so much, my opinion is there was so much traveling through this area that whatever stains were absolutely there in a pattern wise was totally destroyed.
Do you have an opinion of whether Jasmine Pace was dragged through the apartment?
I did not see anything to indicate that. That's my opinion. I do not believe that there was dragging.
So there's been talk about use of cleaning supplies in this case.
Yes.
Do you have an opinion on how luminol might affect, or how these cleaning supplies might affect the Blue Star test?
I know because I've taught it before that Blue Star has many false positives. Unless you know absolutely what it is, I would suggest testing it. I cannot say what did or did not affect it. I do know tap water affects it because some tap water has a larger increase in iron. So you would have to have control on that. But in my opinion, the Blue Star lit up possible blood. But what I saw as a failure on that was it was excessive Blue Star. And that's obvious on the crime scene pictures. On the bathroom door, you've got tiles, you've got hardwood, and you've got carpet. The carpet will absorb it. But there was an excessive amount of Blue Star because you can see the Blue Star on the bathroom door when the intensity that it's just running down off the door. You don't need excessive. You have to have a thin layer, so you're just trying to locate blood. Once you locate it, it has to be processed.
I think that's all the opinions that I would see.
Okay. Well, while you're there, let's go down my list, just make sure that we all agree. This witness has an opinion that a big party incident took place in the bedroom. He has an opinion that the Blue Star aspect should have been investigated further than it was. He has an opinion that the scene was contaminated, multiple items being brought in and taken out. as well as a lot of the blood that showed up on the luminol, which I guess is part of attention to. Tracked blood. And the last one I have is that more items should have been submitted to the TBM. Anything else beyond what I just said that you have an opinion about, not findings or observation, but an opinion?
Not that I can think of, because I'm solely keying on the scene itself, so
Okay.
I think I'm pretty much.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to develop further, Mr. Lawrence? All right, you may step down for right now, sir. Well, Council President.
They're still at sidebar. I'm tired of all the sidebars. This trial has too many sidebars. Too many sidebars. Ugh. I guess not. Well, I don't know. He just said they didn't use it correctly. Because he said it was dripping down the door. And it shouldn't.
Mr. Lawrence, you may step down for now, but don't discuss your testimony. Stay in the courtroom.
They said they sprayed a fine mist when they testified about what they did. They said they sprayed a fine mist.
All right, as council knows, the reason experts are allowed to testify is that they can, if their opinion can substantially assist the trial of fact. What I've heard so far gives me concerns about that. We can argue it. Mr. Weiss, it seems that there's no issue, no question really, that this crime scene was contaminated. So when your expert says, it's expert opinion that the scene was contaminated, multiple items brought in, left out, I don't see how that substantially assists the trier of fact. You want, let's do it one at a time.
It was confirmed by state's witnesses that it was contaminated, but the defense has right put on our own proof to show that it was contaminated as well. Excluding an expert that has information substantially that can help explain the contamination from his perspective as a crime scene reconstruction expert is essential to this case. It's pivotal.
Tell me how, because I mean, if that's the case, then you've already won. You've already got that in. The case,
I don't know, but I don't know what the jury is thinking. So I don't know if this confirms something they believe, or maybe they don't believe in contamination. The juror might not believe that the scene is contaminated.
I don't think you need an expert to say things were taken in and left out of brought into the apartment and taken out of the apartment. I see things contaminated.
That proof
Blood getting
is
tracked
proof.
around.
Well, that's not the only thing that was brought in and brought out. Just like I did in the suppression hearing, I'm going to show what the stills were from Officer Creighton's body cam, and then compare it to the pictures that the crime scene unit took when they came in. And we're going to show the differences of how things have moved, cabinets have been opened, cabinets have been placed on the bed, notebook, and he can testify to that and say, I observed the body cam video, and I looked at the crime scene investigator photos, and these are the differences that I see. That hasn't come in at all in this case.
I don't think you need an expert for that.
What?
You can have an expert, so if the expert's going to testify that these things were brought in, tracked out, moved around, and this is what it means, that's helpful to the fact of consequence. Yes, right now we're still at square one where this expert's just simply testified or would testify that the scene was contaminated. Not what it means, not how it helps or hurts, either case, just that it was contaminated.
So, I'm glad we kept Ms. Lawrence here. So I guess then the opinion for that issue would be that someone came in and moved objects, and I can tell that based on these observations. I don't understand how.
That's the terminal pump that Vince knows. Yeah, someone did move an item. The knife is here in this video, wasn't here in that one. So you don't need an expert to say that.
But I can use the expert to say that. That's
Negative. Not unless it would substantially assist the trier of fact.
Are you looking at Rule 803?
702.
I think the Mustafa, state versus Mustafa opinion from 2022 would be enlightening for everybody, Judge. Particularly subpart 4, expert witness testimony.
What's the site?
It is a court of opinion, 2022 Westlaw 2256266.
Stop. Where in the opinion you looking at, General?
Section 4, Your Honor, expert witness testimony.
Did you get there, Mr. Weiss?
No, Your Honor. I don't have access.
Yeah, if you don't mind, let me give him defense counsel a copy. Or let him see it. Can you email it to him?
Yes.
Well, it wouldn't help.
That's true.
Oh, if you could email it to Ms. Lawrence. Honor, maybe we have 5-minute recess so I can read this case.
Yes, sir. Oh, let's do this. If it's just to read the case, let's all read it together, okay? Sorry, what?
We still don't have it, so we're not.
I'm sorry, Judge, I'm trying to work off of
Okay.
Outlook Internet, and I just hit the send button right before they
That's
said they didn't have it. So they should have it momentarily.
Just print a copy of this pledger, if you could
Ms.
just,
Morrison is unable to respond.
this pledger, I just printed a copy of this case, you might grab it from the printer, and make 2 copies if you don't mind. The blue star, multiple items brought in and out of the crime scene is relevant to premeditation versus heat of passion. I don't see how, whether or not a big part of the incident took place in the bedroom versus Investigator Crawford's opinion that happened in the bathroom, I don't see how that substantially assists the prior fact anything relevant. I don't see how.
I don't either, to be honest. How does that?
The Blue Star investigation should have included two more components when the defense already admitted that the defendant killed the victim, but did so in heat of passion. I don't see how the Blue Star aspect of this is relevant to premeditation of heat of passion.
I agree with you,
Whether
Jed.
or not the
I don't
TBI
know.
should have sent more items, might be, that's still open, haven't explored that as much. Those other three, I don't see right now what's relevant. So when you're finished with the case, feel free, you finish developing your thoughts from it.
How much blood it was everywhere?
Okay.
How does that
1:30,
whether it landed or not?
we're gonna take a 45-minute lunch break. That'll give you time to eat, interview, and discuss, and we'll be back at 2:15.
How much blood?
The jury know that we're still debating.
How much blood there was at the crime scene? How does that determine whether or not it was premeditated? How much blood is how much blood? I don't understand how that's supposed to tell the jury whether it was premeditated or not. I also don't understand how the fact that she screamed means that it wasn't premeditated. Because she screamed because he didn't plan to do it. If he planned to do it, she wouldn't have screamed. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know where this defense attorney is going with this. This is nuts. I don't know, guys. Okay, I'm going to take a little break. So, back at 2:15, 45 minutes. You guys enjoy your lunch. A little less than 45 minutes. I will see you guys then. Bye.